Are there agendas somewhere?
They were bringing up the table. All right. I don't know if it's changed.
I don't know, mine just.
No,
said
you're good.
morning. basically.
We're gonna work with that. And do it. Yeah, that's it. Martin, how you doing?
Of our town council retreat. It's gonna be a fun day. This is the best town council retreat ever in the district. It's, so we just excited about today. I want to thank staff for all their. Today, tomorrow, Friday. For that. Yeah, but thank you so much. So I'll turn it over to you now, Mr. Master. And I think we're getting out here today at 2:00.
We can make that happen.
Okay, we're gonna make that happen. And also let us know about getting all.
Okay.
Back.
I appreciate that. Maybe I'll start with that point, because we do have a very robust agenda every day. And we've talked to staff about this too, but trying to keep to the time. The unanticipated for us is the questions, and we don't want to discourage questions, but we also want to make sure that we get time for all the different topics. So we do appreciate that. All right, I got the softball topic, the game plan Apex, which is here we ease into this. We had a late night last night, so what better thing to start with than our strategic plan? This is just going to be very high level, two-pronged. So first, as we go through, we thought this was good to start with because this serves as the foundation for what we do. Right? This is our strategic plan. It's supposed to serve as the foundation. Sometimes we stray and we do things that don't fall under the umbrella, but the plan is that this is our plan, and what we do falls underneath that plan. See that now with your initiatives were done that way. You'll see that later today. The new initiatives that I'll give you a preview, we're going to ask you to start. You can start thinking now. We're going to do that on the last day, I think it is. But we hope you can come up with a few new initiatives that will fall under certain parts of game plan Apex. So kind of keeping this in mind as the framework as we go through the next 2.5 days. The other piece we want you to think about as we go through this, and it's not for a decision point today, but we are entering into what I believe is year 4 of the strategic plan. Is that right? Okay. We're entering into year 4. Research out there, typically strategic plans were considered 5-year plans, but there's a lot of research that says because of how things have accelerated, it can be a 3-year plan, it can be a 1-year plan. So we're in that 3 to 5 year window. But I think what you'll see with us is that we still utilize game plan Apex as the overall big picture, and then the initiatives and things that we do will switch. And that's how we keep our plans fresh. But we want you to be thinking, do we need to refresh any parts of our strategic plan? Do we need to tweak it, or are these overarching principles still valid for how we want to operate in the big picture umbrellas? Sean's going to help me out a little bit because he was here. He's got historical knowledge. I was not here when we created our strategic plan. So Sean, do you want to add anything or say anything?
Just echoing, yeah, we're coming in close to the, I don't want to call it the end of the plan, but there's a lot of things that may continue. You develop an overarching plan with goals and objectives that many continue beyond 5 years, but there's some short-term things you're trying to accomplish when we set our baseline up. The biggest thing I say is we come into the kind of this end. One thing we are doing at the department level is every department has their business plan that ties with the strategic plan. But because we're coming to that end, and there have been shifts in what we're looking at from that operational level, the departments are, over this coming year, one of the things departments are looking at is a revision to their plan. It needs to and will align with game plan Apex overall. But the business at the department level, while it's their strategic plan, it really is more of a business or operational plan. So there's a few more, they have goals and objectives as well, but there's also more action items at that level. So that's something over the course of the year that they're going to be looking at revising and go through. Some will maintain a lot of what they have, but others will bring in new items that we do hope to create further our dashboards and more metric systems out for you to consider for the residents to see and see what we're doing.
Also, adding to that, when we get to a point where we're having committee meetings, the committees now do align with the different aspects of the strategic plan. So if you remember, Alan had a matrix that showed all the different committees and then the departments and how each of those now line up with the next industry. With that said, this really is a softball. I'm just going to quickly go over it so we at least have some familiarity. Again, try to think of two things when we go to each one. Number one, how is what we're doing during this retreat and what we do as a government, how do we align that with each area? And number two, are these areas still relevant? Do you think we should have that in place? So that said, I'll hit real quick on this slide, the 5 areas of the strategic plan. We've got a welcoming community, a high performing government, environmental leadership, responsible development, and economic vitality. Those are the five main areas. Start with the welcoming community. I'm not going to read all the objectives. I will read just the intro statement, which is create a safe and welcoming environment, fostering community connections and high quality recreational and cultural experiences, supporting a sense of belonging. So you can read into that. You can kind of think which directors, which departments fall into that area, what initiatives do you want to have through that area. And as you think about this too, just because we decide if down the road we want to refresh our strategic plan and we decide, hey, this is no longer going to be a main tenet of our strategic plan, it doesn't mean that we're abandoning this concept. It could mean that we believe we've got this and we're good to go. This is embedded in what we do, and we don't need to have necessarily a strategic focus on that area. I'm not suggesting that for any one of them, but I think that's another way to think of it too. When you look at capacity and what we really want to focus on from a strategic plan, it's where we need to put a lot more effort. We need to align initiatives. So if you feel like we've done this, it's ingrained, maybe we can focus on something else, or no, this is always something that I want to be there, and we always need to have initiatives in this area. We can have discussion at the end, so kind of gather your thoughts. Next is high performing government. So deliver exceptional service, valuing an engaged workforce with an emphasis on efficiency, collaboration, innovation, and inclusion. Okay, there's a lot of buzzwords there. We do a lot of work in this area. I think this is one we can always do more in, but that's me personally. This one hits kind of operations a little bit more. But this is also something I believe we have pretty strong initiatives on and focus. Environmental leadership. So commit to sustaining natural resources and environmental well-being. You saw last night the sustainability update that Don, team for budget, they put on that presentation last night. That's an example of one of the initiatives that would fall under this particular category. Next is responsible development. So encourage equitable and sustainable development that provides accessibility and connectivity throughout the community. Probably one that we deal with on a regular basis. Think of planning, transportation, all of our infrastructure needs. And our final grouping here, which is economic vitality. So improve and sustain an environment that invites and retains a diversity of residents, employment opportunities, and businesses. Again, pretty robust. Joanna, this is your main priority. We've got NC Children's, we've got a bunch of other things that are in the works. So a lot of positive that's coming within this particular section. So again, like I said, a softball. Just wanted to hit the highlights. If you kind of ease into the retreat, the focus of today is we deal with a lot of big picture today. We do get granular on a couple topics, but then tomorrow we really start to get granular with some of the presentations. And then on day 3, which is that half day period, we are asking for you to give us, I'll call it decision points, but some feedback points. Kind of building, and then getting your feedback. So with that, Mayor, I'll open it up for discussion. If there's any comments or feedback on the strategic plan, and then if there are any thoughts on the relevance of the tenets of the plan. John, will add anything you want to do? Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, one thought I've always, I don't know, call it criticism or whatever our strategic plan is, it's like very, very broad. And it feels more like a categorization kind of mechanism than an actual thing which provides direction, just because there's so much stuff in it. I'm interested to hear your thoughts Randy and the new members too, since you guys were around to develop it. And over the years, it sort of kind of felt like that to me. Everything we do, we fit these categories. Is there anything in municipal government that you couldn't classify? Which is fine, but if everything's a priority, then nothing's a priority for those things. So I think to keep in mind as we kind of go to, you know, you mentioned vamping or with the plan next year, the year after.
I don't disagree with you, and I think that's why when I introed, we talked about how we shift in initiatives to meet these, because they are kind of guiding principles, so to speak, and they are very broad. So I think that does lend itself to where you could just say, no, let's leave these guiding principles in place, and then we shift initiatives in and out. We've now aligned the committees with it, so you do the work under that umbrella, but the work changes, and that's what keeps it more relevant and fresh, is how we switch in different initiatives. There are different ways to accomplish environmental leadership. That's changed from last year, what that looks like, and 5 years ago, what that looks like, but still being committed to the concept of environmental leadership. And then the new initiatives are how we accomplish that.
I think that's a good one because that's the one entry of the 5 that feels directional, whereas the other 4 are mostly categories of municipal functions. And yeah, I guess that's my comment. Is really like the value of future plan is providing direction. We go with that.
I do think that, so I agree, like it's more of a mission statement than it is a strategy plan, right? That's a big municipal government. You know, our eye is always on long, right? And so, having a strategic plan that changes every 3 to 5 years, you know, doesn't feel right either, right? I think it should be set up, you know, governing principle that, you know, you could play, and that feels a little bit more like what game plan Apex really provides, right? To set up, you know, the underlying, okay, here's our priority for the next couple of. Then again, we gotta do that somewhat implicitly with select our, you know, capital investments and things like that, right? But it might be good to have kind of a layer in between that does say, okay, you know, towards, you know, for the next couple of years, right? Here's where our focus is going to be at. Prioritize, you know, some of our activities and the investments in this particular area, just to kind of catch up with something that's yet done yet, or prepare for something that we need to prepare for. I do like the kind of the permanence of some of these categories, right? But I do agree there's a little bit of, you know, there's something missing between what we have here and kind of doing the work of what.
I think we have one general plan, the directions, 2055, right? And it would be better if we have a like 5-year plan, 10-year plan, 15, 20, you know, because each 5 years we focus on specific, you know, things to make our town better toward that general plan. That would be more, give more directions and and things will be more, the residents at least, they can feel we are doing something practical, you know, they can understand, because 2055, 2045, like industrial, it's kind of too broad, you know, general, yeah. Okay.
I would say, first off, I really appreciate Game Plan Apex, and I would serve this one. I also think that I would like to, and I don't know how the mechanism for this, but how can this be collaborative where we can hear from staff leadership on how is this working, and ensure that whatever we're doing is anticipating where we're headed. And what I mean by that is we're heading into challenging times and yet exciting times, especially for this town because we're a growing town. And so, and yet there's also going to be additional new pressures and responsibilities pulled up by municipalities. And so I think more than anything, I would like to know, especially at day 70, one, I think, in, assuming my season. How is serving staff, is this, oh man, this is kind of, as to cover your points, aspirational and good, but vague? Does it kind of log things up? Does it, perhaps it's the opposite, perhaps it's on a day-to-day basis, this is really helping us streamline our work. So that's what I would be interested in knowing, and again, I don't know what the mechanism for that is, but I just wanted you to know that
I mean, we've got,
sure that it's,
we've got some people in the room that
Yeah.
could weigh in on that briefly.
I'd love to.
I would tell you just my high level answer to that is it depends on who you talk to. And I think from a staff perspective, we always love getting clear direction. And so I think starting from a place of having guiding principles, if you want to call it, gives us something to form that foundation that then we go and build. I won't say it doesn't matter to us what those are, because that I don't want to send that message. But at the end of the day, we need you all to set the policy and the parameters and that big picture, and then we go and work to accomplish that. So whether you plug this in or you plug that in, we're nimble to where we just appreciate something being plugged in. I think you might also hear potential frustration from it that here's the plan, but then we're asked to go over here, and then we kind of force fit it back into the plan versus maybe we need to adapt or change some things and then it fit. But Mayor, if you're good, I mean, we can finish this piece and then we could see if anybody wants to.
I just want to add one more thing too. That well, another piece is we have and then as partners to do a strategic plan. So so if we change small, then we got to track that. But I would like to hear from.
Wants to speak freely.
Sean? Finish, right? First.
It's nice to have, it is nice to have something that we were lacking up until the creation of new planning. Someone who did a lot of understanding to the messages to the organization. Our goal is always for every employee to see a task that they are doing every day fit into the larger plan. And so we might not think about those high level pieces as much, but on day-to-day work, I think for us, we are always thinking about how it fits into the plan. So it's nice to have those documents.
Thanks, Stacey, and since it's several folks in here now, we're critical in putting everything out. Piece of that team. Couple of things I want to mention from just what in hearing what you said as a council. So first, because this is supposed to get into like there'll be a time for our strategic planning session for y'all and for all of us collectively kind of reshape, refresh, revise this as needed. I think there is I think the idea of the kind of guiding principles that you mentioned, Mr. Zegerman, I think really do fit and are good, maybe a good category or name for what we have, what we call our the 5 kind of strategic focuses. They are the strategy piece is a little more deeper when you read the objectives, you start getting a little more directional as far as the strategic plan at this level. And that is a little more directional and gets out there. What I would say is at the council level for the overall organization is remember that from a municipal side, to your point about what feels directional, what feels more aspirational, is we do a lot of things and it's a little bit different than certain other organizations where you have a more direct focus. You may have multiple facets, but you know the how dynamic we are in terms of the services we provide. I mean, even among municipalities, not everywhere is electricity, not everywhere has water and sewer utilities, not everywhere does parks, not everywhere does housing. So there's a lot of different things that we have to consider. And so you know, a plan that is pretty broad. You feel like everything. So I think you have these guiding principles that do have that. I think this is an opportunity as we come into the next year and a half, looking at the strategic plan is for those objectives to be a little more directional and provide guidance. And I think that's the part like Stacey mentioned and if any others directors speak, that we try to look to those objectives as how we put those department plans. And also keep in mind, strategy is different from your action plan. Strategy is different from your tactics. And so strategy is going to be a little more broad, a little more aspirational. I think we collectively, what I would offer is we have an opportunity to consider, Ms. Rabbit, your point, what fits in under these categories versus, as Randy mentioned, sometimes some things feel like they're wedged in a little tight into the plan, and we leave, and this is just me turning this off. I'm offering that to council to kind of consider and think through when we do initiatives, when we do projects, things that get asked for. Then that is, what are we committing our time? What are we committing our resources to? So that's where we start with this plan. We have it broad, we have a lot of things, but we do want to get more directional. And when I mentioned the department plans, that's right. The department plans they are more business and operational plans. There are strategy in them at that departmental level because they can focus on that. But that's where we get a little more directional. And we want to do a better job of bringing those department plans to the forefront for council to see, for residents to see the alignment and how what we're doing is connecting to these overall. So that's kind of just a general blanket for what they are. I will say we have tried to use game planning effects to say this point. When we talk at the departmental levels, we try to make sure that things are aligned with what we do and what it's been, because we want to be good stewards of our time. We want to be good stewards of our residents' money and their time and what they want. That's the direction we also receive.
One of the last thing I was going to say, just put it a bit more pointed, was thank you for your service to the town. And thank you for now leading here in Apex. I think I was curious if you think, especially with all of your experience and at other municipalities and able to bring it here with fresh eyes, this is rhetorical, is this serving your staff and the town as best as it can based on your experience? So that's just kind of a question. So thank you.
Anybody else wanted to add over staff? He knows. All right. I do have for you all to have handy during our discussion. We've seen this before, but I want to make sure you have that today. A copy of the game plan. So we can focus. You probably have 4 or 5, but hey, why not? 4 or 5.
You want information?
One feature might.
So that's all we had on this. We appreciate the beginning of the discussion. As you know, we have typically every year we have a retreat and we have a strategic planning session. I would look to our next strategic planning session to be more heavy into a potential refresh or whatever that looks like that we're talking about on this. Thank you.
I do think, so just kind of going back to what Councilmember Remote just mentioned, right? So we're working on peak planning to 2055, right? So maybe the approach here would be to leave these, leave the game plan Apex in place as kind of strategic or objectives, kind of a mission statement, right? General guiding principles, but then kind of start working back to the 2055 plan. So, okay, like, in order for us to achieve this, what do we need to do in the next 5 years, next 10 years, and so forth, to get to this point, right? That would be a little bit more directional, right, and giving clear guidance as to what our priorities need to be. We want to plan on the dotted line.
And I think we have the bookends for that. Like you said, we've got the 2055 on the far end, and then we've got the initiative development that tends to be 1 to 2 to maybe 3 years in focus. And so we can take that, and we can take the 55 and then kind of sandwich in between at some. So I think it is great. Okay, ready to move? We are on time. We're actually ahead, which the directors are probably going to love because I know a couple of them might struggle to keep to the 2 to 3 minutes that we've talked about. So one of the things that we got positive feedback on was the continual interaction at this setting between council and our leadership director teams and portfolios. So we wanted to bring an aspect of that. But again, we've got a pretty large team, so we couldn't spend all day on each department. So we've got some selective topics over the coming days that will represent some of the departments. But we wanted to give each of our directors an opportunity to address council. We gave them guidance on I think 2 to 3 minutes, depending on how many are in the portfolios, because we're going to do it by portfolio. But we we wanted to give them an opportunity just to have 2 or 3 minutes to speak to you, talk about what's on their mind for their department, what maybe they're looking ahead to, maybe it's accomplishments. So with that said, we're going to go by portfolio, and the first portfolio up is performance strategy. So that's going to be Sean's portfolio. So I'm going to turn it over to Sean to get us started on.
So we'll first on the records, we'll go around the table. The purpose of the idea of what they're planning to work on, are working on, what challenges they face, what are the big things coming up. As we go through the budget process, we're going to see a lot more of it, hear a lot more of. So it's a high level piece of background. And Eric is on the start for us.
Can you come to the closer to the mic?
Okay, I get to kick this off. Hope it does well. I think that's my part. I did this based on our peak principles. So performance, empowerment, accountability, and knowledge, and separated it out into IT's 4 divisions. So I'm going to start with the operations division. I call them the performance division. They keep everything connected. Right? There are kind of heart and soul servers, firewalls, switches, all those replacements start and end in the operations division. Not only do they do all the infrastructure change outs, but they work with Daniel Edwards to do all of the construction. So town hall renovations, SCADA, connectivity, Internet of Things device connectivities, Salem Street downtown, all of that type of stuff, it's connected. In the next portion of what I like to call keep the lights on division would be our client services division. There are empowerment superheroes. So if the computer is broken, software isn't working, databases need saving, or GIS needs to be saved from a map turning into a abstract art piece, they are there to help and provide. They are working on a lot of productivity, software improvements, training the staff, also working with public safety on a RFP for new software. So they are the heart and soul front line of our, what I like to call frontline service and people. Moving into the design kind of phase, and the other 2 divisions are project management division, the accountability guy, because it is one guy. He is the air traffic controller for all of our ERP implementations. So he has safely landed the first finance, HR, and utility billing migration to software as a service. And he is working right now on the utilities, the AMI, the permits and inspections and planning, which we hope to have safely landed before the end of the year. His job doesn't stop when the projects stop. We do continual contracts renegotiations, and as well as we do business process reviews. So he will be starting all the way back at the beginning and reviewing all of those business processes that have happened, making sure that the new members of the team are good and comfortable with those business processes, seeing where we can automate them, what other things we can add or tweak. So you'll see a lot of those requests coming through as we think we're done, but you're never done. You're always continuously trying to improve. And then finally, and again, a thanks to council for this, our innovations and security, our brand newest division, they're the knowledge division. So they are working on a lot of new projects and new initiatives. They, of course, you know, the parking app, digital display designs. They're working with communications on branding the park's occupancy, so field court, so that can go on the website. They have built chat bots and voice bots. They'll be working, well, we have volunteered, or voluntold, I'm not sure, Craig, the Park and Rec division was the first one to kind of be the victims of that. It's working really well, so we're rolling it out to all the rest of the departments, as well as working on this team on Ask Apex for a customer relations manager within the same platform. We're training staff in AI, doing all sorts of Gen AI, with work, some things that are outside of the norm. Of course, can't forget the security side of it. For the fourth year, we have been granted or awarded the cybersecurity grant from the state. So the innovations are great, but they're even better when innovations are secured. So again, thank you very much. Greatly appreciate our ability to turn the what ifs into look what we've built. And we have just begun.
Can hear it, ready to go.
Whatever you want, just depends on, they're gonna shift their necks.
So I'm gonna think about some things that Erica talked about. I will say, I might have a much longer list after you hear from the rest of these departments. Because that is what communications tends to do. We support the other departments in helping the community know about the initiatives that they're working through. So majority of our work does come through the remainder of the departments, but the communications department does have an exciting project coming up this year, and that is focus on the website. So we've been with the same content management system for about 10, 11 years. And so it's time to take a look at potential other vendors or just a refresh of the same vendor of new design. So it's time for at least, at the very least, a redesign of our site, and at the most, migrating to a completely different vendor. That might open up some possibilities for us with features. Another good timing for this project is that we will be cleaning up a lot of older, outdated information on the site, prepare it for the integration of original content. So big project is website. Also onboarding starting next Monday, 2 new additional positions that we can support with that. That will be focused in each of the portfolios, and so we'll be helping to tell more frequent, more detailed stories for each of them.
And for the record, the website was a project before last night.
Oh, yeah, sure. It's not. And it's mostly from ADA. I know that's something that I would do is bring it into ADA compliance with the new mandate.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
As Erica indicated, organization excellence also leads with big principles in mind and all the initiatives that. And I want to thank Councilor Bear for your support for the rebranding. Been well accepted, I think, from my colleagues and from the town. With that said, workplace checkup. So y'all hear later presentation of results from Lucia Hart from the local government workplace commission. So she'll give you the townwide results, and then from there you'll hear the next steps. I'll say that to the back. We're also working on an internal learning program that's going to bring staff together. This is an idea that came from employees themselves around understanding what other departments do, an opportunity to network, an opportunity to collaborate, and also it will address the areas of society. And that was one important thing that I really want to stress about this idea. So the key that we are trying to be intentional, listen to our employees, and be intentional to address what they want to see in terms of building our culture. Thirdly, our townwide training and development initiatives will continue and will expand. Thanks to council for approving the MPA program partnership with Wake County. That's an awesome program that we have 5 participants going through. We have selection process, so we followed all of our guidelines to make it equitable. We will be expanding our team building assessments to help the different departments learn each other differently in terms of leadership. We will continue with our crucial learning suite. That's crucial accountability, crucial conversations, crucial accountability, leading that speed of trust, Apex leadership program. That's based on the Hubby model. So we've been going through that. 2 cohorts been going through that this whole year. And so we will be expanding that. And the key thing knowing about all of our professional development training that they're for all levels of our employees, focused on leadership and personal and crucial learning. And then fourthly, we continue our process of implementation with our land access plan. Thank you, Councilman Happy, for putting it out there, so that people can see it a little bit more and understand that we are offering interpretation, translation services, so that people can engage with us in a better way and at the level that they can engage with. So, we have also put the council Chinese, English, and Spanish banking. And so, we also provide translation services for our community meetings. We've done it for your office hours, but a lot of it's been received through the community university from our team. That the monthly meetings that they have to engage the community, so there, so that they can engage and we can get engagement back from them. And we continue to monitor our recycling accessibility software. We do receive monthly reports on that. That is being received very well, and the usage there is going well. Also, our language line solution, we just signed a contract now, which this is an on-demand language line that we will be working also with as APEX, but it's really around the town. So we'll be doing frontline training for our frontline folks, so that they'll know that if somebody walks into any of our public buildings, that they can access someone that may need language interpretation. So, and we can, that on-demand interpretation can be done by phone, video, or other. So I thank you for your support for this.
This is lightning round. Let's keep it going.
Guys, I already got some teasers for our department with strategic plan and sustainability last night. So one of our big initiatives is Big Game Plan Apex reaching its 5-year initial timeline. So looking at what that refreshed to the future of that plan will look like. We'll also be updating all of the department strategic plans and dashboards that help focus more on what we're doing day to day. This will help us support and prioritize our funding requests and our budget for the future. We're also looking to integrate our UNC benchmarking metrics directly into our department dashboard, so we have direct comparisons with other municipalities to see what we're doing and how we can improve. In terms of sustainability, we heard a lot about that last night, but our major focuses are completing the greenhouse gas inventory and the expansion of our dashboards with all of the data that we started collecting. And then finally, we'll be completing the final phase of our budget software implementation, and this will directly integrate our budget book into our budget software.
Thank you.
Good. Yeah.
All right, good morning, everybody. I'm Carmen McGee, HR Director. I'm in front of the, so, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not throwing off.
When I started here in July, we, as an HR team, were operating at less than 50%. So out of 13 budget positions, we had 6 people who were coming to work every day. Our priority over the past few months has really been getting the right people in the right places. And so I'm happy to say that we have done a tremendous amount of hiring. We are almost completely up to full staff at this point. So now the goal is building on what we have and really recreating what normal looks like from this point forward, because we really haven't had a normal in well over a year. What some of that entails is redefining our processes, making sure they're efficient, they're streamlined, they're consistent, and they're accurate. So that's number one, and documenting those processes as we figure them out. You've heard several of my colleagues talk about our software. Infor was our software that was implemented in January of 25. We use it for things like payroll, timekeeping, benefits administration. We're looking to expand some of the modules that we're currently using. So looking at things like performance management, learning management, safety, employee relations, things that we currently have access to, but are going to require time and resources to customize and make them work for us. We also have a big push for health, safety, and risk initiatives. We've seen some trends where the number of our workplace accidents, as well as what we're spending on workplace accidents, has been increasing over the last few years. So we're hoping with the combination of education, outreach, and visibility that we can reverse some of those trends and start heading in the right direction. And lastly, one of our other focuses for the coming fiscal year is to do a really deep dive into our public safety pay plan for our police and fire employees. We want to ensure that we're staying competitive with the marketplace, and we also want to make sure that we're addressing any compression and internal equity issues at the same time.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Joanne Helms, Economic Development. Well, in addition to all the stuff that, you know, that we do, yes, we've got children's, we've been working on a lot with a lot of departments. The RFQ for fire station number 1 has been out. We've got lots of industrial product on the ground now that we haven't had in years, so we're really busy with a lot of inquiries on that. I'm just going to mention a few things that we're looking forward to for the coming year, for the coming fiscal year that we hope to obtain. And the first one is what I'm really excited about is we are going to look to try to obtain the designation of certified entrepreneurial community for the town of Apex. That is a specific nationally recognized certification, CEC. And what that does is it helps really build that ecosystem for appreciation and valuing the entrepreneur spirit in your community and really promoting those home-based businesses, not being homegrown, not home-based, but homegrown businesses. And so that procedure is you have to have proof of certain programming and projects and things that you are doing and are establishing in your community to get that certification. So we're going to be going for that this coming year. And that'll have a lot of different benefits, not only just in marketing, but again, it'll provide that roadmap for the businesses that want to be entrepreneurial based out of Apex. The second thing that we're looking to do is an evaluation or space study, if you will, of the depot for the future. Our department is growing, both in personnel and programming and stuff that we're being asked to do, and we need a little bit more space to do that. So we're going to just have some help looking at the depot, the whole entire depot as a whole, seeing how we can best utilize that space for the future. It might include even other departments. We don't know those, so we're just going to be looking at that hopefully. And last but not least, as most of you know, we stood up our tourism division a couple of years ago, and that's been going well. But we really want to take it to the next level and launch Tourism 2.0 and Apex. Really driving the need for, or rather the want of more experiential and destination type businesses in Apex. We love it when folks come for festivals and other things. We want them to come and spend money in Apex. So we want to make sure that we're providing all the things from a tourism perspective that will make folks come to the community, stay in the community, and spend more money in the community. So those are some things that we're looking forward to the next fiscal year. Thanks.
Hey, John Griffin, the finance director for the town. I'm not even 6 months into the job. Like Carmen in Human Resources, I also came on board in a department experiencing some challenges. First 2 weeks on the job, we were hiring like 4 or 5 different people to restaff most of the billing department. Finance has seen a lot of changes over the past year. We've gone live in a new ERP for accounting. We're having to work to integrate that with the budgeting system. We have a new contracting system that hasn't been live a year, as well as an entirely new billing system. So really, the budget proposal for finance and the work plan for finance for fiscal 2027 is about building well-documented, repeatable processes so that we have something that is resilient and can deliver internal customer service and internal deadlines and leash consistent. So it's back to normal.
We like that. Yeah. Keep it boring and fun. You good, Sean? All right, you're more. And we did it in time, so we're going to go ahead and go to the next portfolio. So I'm going to turn it over to Marty. Marty, if you have any introductory remarks, and then kick it off to your departments.
No introductory remarks other than happy to be here, and I think we're well prepared. We have lots of work going on, as everybody knows. So a lot of development going on in Apex, and that all starts and ends at a lot of this table, for everything that's going on, so. Start with Jonathan and water resources, I guess. I knew you.
I'm gonna come to that.
Don't say it from.
Alright, I think I'm thinking on my computer, so, I think our overall goal for water resources, I'm Jonathan Jacobs, water resource director. And been with the town for over 2 years, but I'm 3-4 months into my current role. So our overall goal this year is focusing on redundancy and reliability of our system. And we're doing that through asset management, CFP planning. What does that mean? So implementing projects and planning based on recent water model updates. So we did a comprehensive townwide water model update to look at how our system operates. We're in the process of kicking off a distribution system master plan update, distribution of our water network. So that's updating a plan from 2015 that kind of outlines what our utility system looks like in 2045, so or 2050. So kind of like the comp plan and planning, that's our comp plan for the water system, and that's how we work with development to ensure that our pipe networks size appropriately, and any oversizing structure that we need to do development, as well as development or infrastructure capital projects that we work on. On the opposite end, we're doing the same thing on the collection system, moving into the next fiscal year, or that's a goal of ours in the next fiscal year is to update the collection system master plan. And that helps us determine pump stations that we can take offline, look through upsizing of outfalls and things like that to increase the efficiency of our system. And then likely performing an interim update on our long range water resources plan, which was completed in 2023. We've had some significant development. Some of the things that Joanna mentioned kind of directly affect our long range outlook and making sure that we're planning for the future appropriately there. One of the things we kicked off last year with Chris Johnson's group at CID is strong coordination between the two groups on coordination of projects to ensure that we're not doing things that contradict each other, or Chris is repaving a road and then replacing a water line the next year. So we meet bi-monthly now. Our entire departments meet to go through projects, planning, status updates, and things like that to ensure that we minimize public impact and reduce overall costs of duplicative efforts. In our stormwater and utility divisions, we have added focus on public education and outreach. We recently participated in the community development before lunch series, and then we are scheduled to do a university in March to help further education of what our staff does for the community in the future. We're actively studying our capital reimbursement fees, also known as system development fees. Those are the fees that developers pay when they, or anybody that taps into our system pays to track the cumulative impact of that tap to our system. So one of the things that we're focusing on in this update is how large and significant water users are treated equitably and having to manage-based rates. So right now it's all based on service size, so the consultant is focusing on not only keeping that model, but also adding components for water users that use significant amounts of water that have high impact on the system. So we'll see more of that at a future meeting or work session. And then also establishing actual rates for cooling towers, reclaimed water, and other items to our rate schedule as we prepare for some specifics of upcoming projects, such as the hospital. It'll have some things that APEC we've never seen, so we need to prepare and have that stuff in place so that we can keep them on schedule. Working closely with our partners in Cary on the expansion planning for Western Lakes Regional Water Reclamation Facility, including evaluation of our current ownership proportion. So we're nearing the top end of our current ownership at that facility, and so we are actively working with Cary staff to see what that looks like. Our current agreement allows for that ownership percentage to shift. There's a monetary component to that, but that's currently being analyzed to determine what that looks like pre the expansion plans, which is currently planned to be completed in 2035. And that's going from 18 to 30 MGD. And then at the same time, we're also doing a revitalization study with the town of Holly Springs. Council approved it, or due back in October, to initiate that process, and we're halfway through that. And a part of that process for us also looks at those percentages the model based on that previous long-range water resources plan that we put together to ensure that we have capacity to sustain our needs in the future. And then on the same side with Gary, Gary has kicked off a facility master plan at Gary Apex Water Treatment Facility. There's no immediate expansion needs at that facility, but preparing and seeing what that looks like. A lot of these studies focus on efficiency and operational improvements that don't necessarily expand the footprint of the facility, but they increase the capacity, operating capacity. The other big thing that you've heard me talk about a lot is the Pleasant Park elevated tank that will be completed in the next fiscal year, likely in September. You'll see the tank, the bowl that you're seeing at the bottom of that raise, probably in the March, April timeframe of this year. And painting is expected to start the next couple of weeks. And I want to thank Stacy and her team. They've been working very diligently to orient, perfect orientation of those logos. And the circumference of that tank is larger than the two that are downtown. So we've added a third logo to that to ensure we have adequate coverage of that. So that's been going on in the background. So you'll see that coming soon. They're going to paint that at the ground level, and then it'll raise, and then the final touches will take place. Let's see. Going back to the strategic plan, one of the initiatives in the sustainability is adoption of EVs and hybrids. So Water Resources now has 7 electric or plug-in hybrid vehicles. And we just recently replaced 3 2014 Nissan Leafs that I think have a range of about 45 miles with 2 plug-in hybrid vehicles. So we were able to reduce a vehicle need because that vehicle would have to come back at lunch, plug in, and take it out. So increasing efficiency there. And I want to thank facilities for all the efforts and sustainability for all the efforts. We have a lot of new plug-in charger infrastructure at our campus over at Public Works, so we can charge all those vehicles. On the stormwater side, we began implementing our stormwater maintenance plan. So as of last night, we approved 2 more stormwater maintenance positions. So that brings Water Resources to 81 staff members. And so now we have a 4-man or a 4-person crew dedicated to stormwater maintenance activities. Or we will, we got to fill those positions, but we'll have a 4-person crew dedicated to maintaining stormwater. And as you go through the budget process, you'll see the first dedicated stormwater CIP that's been established since we've initiated the stormwater utility. This is the 4th year of that utility. So with that, we're working on 3 stream restoration projects. They're all in preliminary design phases. That's at the Apex Nature Park. That's the grant project y'all heard about a few months ago that we received funding there. There's one at Capitana Crossing, which is a street over in Cameron Park, and another one working on in Walnut Woods. And then we're also studying the nutrient loading and efficiency at our Apex water reclamation facility. And also part of that is studying what it looks to establish a reclaimed water network from that facility as we move towards some facilities that are interested in reclaim in that area. And then also, as we implement and finalize the rollout of our AMI or MSU metering system, redefining, I'm going to work with Kathy and Electric very closely to redefine what our meter services division looks like. Their roles and responsibilities will change drastically as we roll that out from driving by and reading individual meters to more troubleshooting and investigation type work. So that's a major goal next year. And then our final is to hopefully bid our Big Branch 2 project. Currently, we're in a appeal process there and hope to, based on the tentative schedule that our legal team, the taxi legal team has given us, we should be able to bid that project. So all the great things that are going on with Water Resources.
Apparently lightning and water don't mix. That wasn't a lightning round. Oh, okay.
Good morning.
Morning.
I hope they don't know me. I'm Rudy Baker, Baker Furnace Director. I've been here 28 years. I've been in the town change quite a bit. Right now, we're currently right in the middle of building and testing the N4 system software for inspections. Some days it's a headache, well, it's not really a headache for me, Sam. Jamie, they got headaches every day besides me. Every year, the inspectors have to have recertifications by the state, it has to go to class. We're working on doing some, in-house training. We can train everybody in-house and get recertifications done. But we're also in the process of, hiring new people, trying to retain code officials for the projects like Viridia. Even though the children's hospital is gonna be inspected by the state, we're still gonna projecting a whole lot of stuff around it. And right now, a lot of times being taken up by the 17 apartment buildings we have that's going on. And they take quite a bit of time up, like all individual houses in one big building. Right now, we got 17 apartment buildings, there's 956 total units on those, and that's not counting all the outbuildings and drives and all, everybody busy too. So, yeah, we're busy, everybody sees it growing, so that's it.
Hold the laptop, like.
Like all the engineers. Alright, so, Chris Johnson, Director for Transportation Infrastructure Development. Most of our, priorities and goals all come under the high performing government strategic goals. And then we've got our own business plan that kind of cascades off of that. So by each division, first our transportation staff, we got a couple goals. This year, we're doing our 3-year cycle for our pavement condition survey, which ties right into our annual preservation and resurfacing programs, which we're trying to improve or increase the amount of preservation we use to try to extend life cycle and reduce costs on our maintenance program. And we also have management of our large CIP projects, which we're typically doing consultant management, contract administration, construction oversight. So these are your downtown projects, Apex Peakway, Jesse Drive. And then we also do a lot of in-house design for our smaller scale CIP projects, most notably like the Safe Routes to School. So there are a lot of sidewalk projects that we design in-house to save money. Then our traffic group, they have an objective for implementing the town's Vision Zero program, which you're very familiar with. So we've got some Vision Zero upgrades that we're looking forward to doing this year. We're doing a project on West William Street. We're doing improvements out of Beaver Creek, signage and marking improvements. And then we've also got a lot of rapid flashing crosswalk beacons. So a lot of those are starting to move out of compliance just because of changes over the years. They were all installed, most of them were installed over 10 years ago. So we're going to be doing a lot of maintenance and upgrades to those systems to make them current. Development services. So most of their goals are tied into enhancing the efficiency and customer experience in land development. So we're doing a lot of import training this year, working on our processes for making it more efficient, effective with developers, residents, and their customers. And then we've also got the North Carolina Children's Hospital project starting up this year. And Viridia is starting to move into construction now. So we've got a lot of staff working with the developer on planning, plans review, coordination, and working through inspections. So for inspections, they're kind of two tiers, one overseeing private projects, and then one overseeing our town projects. So the private side this year, we got a lot of work going on out in Viridia. I went out there last week, and it's huge. Most of the sites already degraded. They got paving down on Jesse Drive. If you haven't had a chance to get out there, let me know. Might be able to get you a tour, but it's pretty cool. And then we've also got a lot of development going along US 64. So we've got Legacy Station, Elevate 64, Light Industrial Complex,
Apex Gateway and its branch. So that's where a lot of complaints, you see about concerns about lane closures and so forth. US 64 is very, very busy right now. And then real estate, which our department for our real estate staff not only supports us, but also support all of the departments around the town. So one of their goals is infrastructure delivery and acquisition for our CIP. Strategic land stewardships, trying to be strategic about getting different properties for future town use. And then operational excellence and process innovation, which is standardizing acquisition timelines, internal procedures, strengthening collaboration with other departments, and improving reporting and digital tracking of all their activities.
I guess I'm next. I'm Kathy Moyer, Electric Utility Directors. I've only been here 4 weeks, so I'm still getting my feet wet. So I'll tell you a little bit about learning about not only game plan Apex, but the strategic plan for electric. So we are focused on reliability, affordability, and sustainability. Those are high-level things, but some of the things that we are managing right now is the load growth. As you all talked about, lots going on, and Chris and Jonathan talked about, and Joanna, lots going on there, but we have to increase our transformer capacity. So you'll talk about us installing 2 new points of delivery or 2 new substations. So that will be considerable for us to serve the rest of the community, Viridia included, and then all the developments along 64, as Chris was talking about. Integrating new technologies, part of a reliable electric system is integrating new technologies, and affordability comes with efficiencies. So we have some opportunities to maximize our wholesale contract. We can do some load management activities. We can look at solar, EVs, batteries, different things to get some new generation resources in there. We will tie into the environmental leadership goal and work with sustainability as we can to do our part in electric. And of course, conservation, and y'all heard a little bit about time of use last night, so working with finance on that. And of course, one of our last things you'll be hearing us talk about is aging infrastructure. As the town is growing, we're very focused on new growth, but we are also focused on aging infrastructure that was put in the 90s and the early 2000s. Those assets are coming up on some of their useful life. So having a robust maintenance program will also be forefront for us. So that's all it is in collection. Thank you.
Diane Penn, I'm the planning director. I've been with the town 27 years. Been in the retirement system 30 years. So we are working on succession planning. I'm going to talk about our zoning compliance officers first. We actually have 5 zoning compliance officers. 1 is retiring this Friday. 2 others will be retiring in the next couple of years. And these are our folks that have horticulture, arborist backgrounds. So we are going to be needing to replace them. They're very important. They're the ones that make sure that all the plans that you all see actually get implemented correctly. So they're a very important piece of our department. We don't talk about them very much. Next, we have current planning, which you are very familiar with. But behind the scenes, they've been working very hard on the M4 transition. As Rudy mentioned, it is not easy. It's a lot of hours of work, and it's pulling them away from their typical duties. So that's something that hopefully will be done this summer. You know, you've seen all the big projects. I'm not going to talk about those, but I just wanted to mention that, you know, the current planners are under a lot of stress, and we actually have about half of our staff is new, partly because this is such a pressure cooker of a place to work. So I just want to say, please be kind. Please, you know, support them publicly. You know, we would like our citizens to treat them civilly. And so anyway, I just wanted to say that because it's really important to them to feel supported. The last piece is long-range planning, and you're going to hear a lot from long-range planning throughout this week. They'll be doing, Katie Schwinn and Shannon Cox will be doing presentation on transit. Shannon and our consultants will be talking about peak plan 2055. I did want to mention, you know, the comprehensive plan, the reason it's 2055, it's the vision, it's the long range look. The strategic planner is actually the tactical steps to try to get to your vision. So it's important to do that big vision plan, you know, every decade or so. In terms of, you know, projects that are coming up, things that you'll want to keep an eye on, we've got the Pleasant Park Access Study, partnering with Campo. We've got the CSX planning for relocation, not the actual relocation, but planning for relocation study that's also in conjunction with Campo. As well as we've got a variety of safe routes to school projects, other multimodal. And then the last little piece, we do have the environmental programs coordinator in our department, and she partners with the sustainability coordinator with Parks and Rec, as well as the environmental advisory board on a variety of initiatives. And a big one that we're looking forward to y'all seeing in the work session will be tree preservation.
Good morning, everyone. I'm John Mullis. I'm the Public Works Director in about 3.5 years now. Public Works is an exciting division. We've got 5 parts of Public Works and 2 divisions are internal services, which is mainly facilities and our fleet. So just think of every building. We keep those assets operational as well as all your vehicles, police, fire, everything. So those 2 internal services divisions are huge. We have a data operations division that really works between the public as well as the public. And then internally, our solid waste and streets division. So just going to give you a few bullet highlights on each of those divisions. All of these divisions pretty much also support our sustainability initiatives, environmental leadership being the biggest one. But anyway, let me hit a few highlights. On the facilities division, they continue their focus to support clean energy and efficiency measures, the 6 new charging stations at Saunders. By the way, breaking news, the remaining 3 that weren't working should be installed tomorrow. So we tried to get it on day 1, but we couldn't make that happen. But anyway, thank you for your support on that. And also, one of the big things for our facilities team is development of really doing a vertical asset inventory. So everything within the building, really understanding all the critical assets that have a potential to fail. So we're really trying to document all those building assets, so including mechanical and electrical assets. Our fleet services division, also huge on the environmental leadership part of our strategic plan. Biggest focus there, optimizing fleet operations. So we utilize our onboard telemetry devices to help look at that data. Is there any predictive maintenance, any scheduling that we need to do? Underutilized assets. We want to make sure we've got enough assets, but not too many assets. That's very important. So we're doing some really cool stuff with the predictive analytics. When just simple cases where a battery might almost be likely to fail. A lot of times we get a heads up. We can schedule. We can use some of this data to try to schedule things before there's a breakdown. Most exciting thing right now in the fleet, and also is partnering collaboratively with IT and some other departments, but we are doing a cross-departmental trial right now, 4-month trial with a company called Raven, where we've installed AI cameras in the solid waste vehicles. And you'll hear more about that tomorrow. But not only are the cameras going to be used, we're making some business case studies, but for example, the purpose of the initial pilot, can we measure a pile size? Is a cart out at a residence, and it's just the camera recording all the time. In addition to that, it's also noticing condition of pavement. You know, we do a pavement condition assessment all the time. It notices signs. Is there a street sign? Because solid waste vehicles go throughout every neighborhood every week. So we're doing some pretty cool stuff on that pilot project. And then also another big focus of fleet is just the implementation of a vehicle fleet and use policy. That's under review, so we appreciate your support with that. Data operations team, high performance government is the strategy there, and they're expanding the software support for the systems that we use. So we work closely with IT and some of the other departments, but a part of that is really Like, for example, the CityWorks platform is used by 7 departments. So that data operations team is trying to bring that piece of the puzzle for the user side and the training side. Integrating the technology, like I mentioned, the Raven project, and supporting key initiative, assisting IT with the polymorphic rollout, and also enhancing the capabilities of the Ask Apex. That's kind of that little side division that's really supporting a lot of folks across the family. Our streets division, enhancing roadways and sidewalks, so they do the pothole repairs, curb repairs, ADA signage, tripping hazards. They make sure the signs are safe, visible, and up, and regulatory compliance. And then we work really closely with our transportation infrastructure division. So we're the operations arm for them to help them when they need something. And lastly, solid waste, leveraging data and analytics to increase our operational efficiency. Solid waste, we're huge on the sustainability part. We want to make sure that we're operating efficiently, and everything that we do in that department is focused on that. And then modernizing services. You'll hear a lot more about this tomorrow, but we're working really hard to manage the transition of yard waste containerization. And so we'll be working closely with community engagement, our communication staff for outreach and education. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
All right, I think that's all of your portfolio, right? Did you miss anybody? We'll shift to media. We'll go to the community and safety.
Okay, introducing the community and safety portfolio known as the Gold Standard Group. Being the most forward-facing departments, I have to say they are doing a wonderful job at navigating the significant care experience. So I'll turn it over to them to talk about some of the things that they want to do there.
Right. What I've been hearing is growth. Busy. So I had a very fortunate opportunity to stand before y'all 2 weeks ago, less than 2 weeks, for 45 minutes. I've been cramming this for 3 minutes. I spent 45 minutes with y'all going over the fire department, so I'm not going to belabor all of that information. I just want to hit on 2 things. Number one, accreditation. So we talked about that. That is focused for 2026 for the fire department. Like I said, in August, we should be before the Board of International Fire Service Accreditation to get that awarded to your fire department. So a lot of work's going into that right now. It's been going into it, but we're finishing up that. We're looking forward to a peer site visit this spring. And that is a huge achievement for our fire department. The last thing I want to just talk about is what's the most important thing for this budget year for the fire department, and that's Hunt Street. This is huge. This is going to be the cornerstone of our fire department, merging stations 1 and 3 together. It has grown. I've stood before y'all for 3 years now. I think we started out with affordable housing behind it, a water tower behind it, but now it's this huge municipal complex, working with other departments, police, IT, and fire to come together, really create another town campus right down the road. So I know there's a lot of budget talks that's going to take place over the next 3 days about that. And it's the most important thing to our fire department to get that project over the hump. Not only the fire station, but that building to house us behind it. So that's all we have going on right now based on me sharing everything else 2 weeks ago. Thank you very much.
Oh, you understand? Okay.
Yeah. So I'm Craig Setz. I'm the director of Parks and Rec. I've been here 20 years and 4 years as of February in this role. Seen a lot of growth in Parks and Recreation, a lot of change, a lot of additional staff, a lot of growth in our facilities. For me, I think we've got 3 primary areas that we're focusing on, not only in this year, but in the coming years. Operational efficiencies, expansion and programming, and general maintenance. So you'll see in our budget process, we requested several positions. And my focus is going to be more on the upcoming budget as I talk through these things with each of you. For us, greenways continue to expand. From a maintenance perspective, we want to be able to keep up with that, keep the standard. So we have at least one position that we requested for expansion of greenways and general maintenance of those areas. If you go to the senior center, it's packed 24/7. Programming continues to expand. So we're asking for additional support there. The downtown streetscape is going to present additional challenges for maintenance. We've had conversations upcoming that'll unfold kind of how we're going to maintain that. Currently, we are the primary maintenance folks that kind of handle downtown maintenance areas. So there's a position in the budget for that as well. And then we've got two 30-hour part-time benefited positions that we've asked for in relation to the special events and just general Pleasant Park work that we have. Obviously, Pleasant Park, we had over 2 million visitors last year. I think that's pretty substantial, something that we didn't really expect. So just be aware of all of that. I know Chief Herman talked about it, but we want to go into the accreditation phase for Parks and Rec, be nationally accredited. So we've also put in a position or a role that would kind of oversee that process, as well as kind of tying it in our master and strategic planning, and potentially doing some grant work. So those are kind of a position overview for what we've requested. Obviously, I would suspect we get everything, but just to give kind of an overlay of what we're looking at for that. So let's talk about our project. We know we have a heavy load in CIP. We carry a lot of weight and money in CIP. One of the things that I want to talk about is the priorities for the department in the coming fiscal year. And I want to kind of highlight the 3 priorities that we feel will be necessary to address in the coming year. So for us, Kidstown Playground. That would be replacement and renovation of that playground, as well as the shelter and restroom unit there. There is a concept to add a smaller shelter at that location as well. So that would be our first priority. Second priority would be Apex Community Park Playground, which is one of our oldest playgrounds in the system. So we want to replace that with an accessible playground, which will have accessibility from the parking lot areas as well as up into the street hockey area. So for us, those are 2 priorities that we want to take a look at. But then also the renovation and upkeep of Beaver Creek Greenway. We had a ton of complaints about flooding along Kelvington and 540. So that particular project is very important to us because we got a lot of erosion issues that we need to address along the shoulders, but also just kind of investigating what it will take to alleviate some of the flooding issues that we have where you can't have access to the Greenway. So those are 3 projects that in the coming year that we feel are priorities. So I did want to give a plug for those, but currently we're working on a lot from a project perspective, and I want to share that. So West Street design, working on Reedy Branch design for Greenway. We're about to start working on Wimberley design. We're currently working through Pleasant Park design efforts, and that's in combination with Daniel Edwards. And we're also working through environmental education design pieces in combination with Daniel Edwards. And then we're also working through the Kidstown design. So I'm missing some, I'm sure, but just kind of an overview of what we're working on from design. But the next thing is facilities. And anybody tell me how old John Brown Community Center is this year? Not you, Tim. You already know. Just a guess. 30. Wow, who said 25? That's awesome. If I had a nerd, a chunk of it. It's 25. It's 25 years old as of this year. You would never be able to tell it because that facility's been well kept. But we are running into some issues there. We'll probably have to replace some scoreboards. We got a wall on the back Summit Road that's got to be replaced. So that's going to be a hefty expense. But 25 years old as of this year. So I think with the way that facility looks, we've done a really good job of keeping it up. But there's a lot more expenses that'll come with that. Our focus is program expansion this year too. We don't have a ton of team programming. it's a very difficult group to kind of get in and participate in what you're doing. So we're talking about adding some social pop-up programs. We're also talking about doing some field trips and things of that nature. For the workplace culture side of things, we're also putting quite a bit of funding in for team engagement activities within our department. I think we have a good culture, but I also think we've gotten so large now that we've created some silos within the department. And so what I'm trying to do is bring everybody together. So you'll see some funding in there for that too. Let's see, athletic program. We're increasing soccer, youth soccer this coming year by 40 teams. It's significant because it will relieve a lot of the pressure off of our wait list. We're expanding our cricket side of things. So we're going into abilities cricket clinics. We're also doing ultimate frisbee clinics, as well as starting the street hockey league for the street hockey league. We're doing that in partnership with the Carolina Hurricanes. Special events. Let's talk special events. How many of you saw the article that came out from Houston Observer yesterday or day before? Nobody did. Okay, which one? About the stage. Yeah.
Yes.
The grant fund. Yeah. So I want to commend Lisa on that. She did a really good job with the presentation. And so we have been recommended at least 2 Wake County commissioners for funding for a stage on campus. That'll be really beneficial for community special events as well as town special events. So we'll see how it goes with the county commissioners and see if they vote for that. But that'll be a focus of ours in the new entertainment side. Obviously, we did a full-blown presentation in entertainment, so we'll have quite a bit of programming in relation to at least that special event piece. Fireworks. Anybody know what year it is? 250. So we're adding 100 drones to the drone show. This coming year, we're going to do an amazing event. You can see that as an increase for funding, but our fireworks display is going to be bigger and better this time.
I was just on that.
Oh, I'm not late. She said lightning round. Lightning round. Now, the one thing I do want to say about special events in general is that I appreciate everybody's work and that side of things. I don't think people really realize like the logistics that go behind putting on special events like that. So every department in here, I don't want to just name out departments because I'll miss somebody, but I do want to call out and give my appreciation because I mean, we can't do it without the village, right? And so going from 20 plus events 3 years ago to 50 plus events now, it's been a journey and we're still on it, but I'm very appreciative of that. So you're forgiving for going over, that's good.
Morning. Morning. I'm Ryan Johansson, happy to be serving as your police chief for what is just over a year now. So just a couple of things, because as the fire chief said, I had the luxury of having a whole lot of your time last week. I will not take a whole bunch more of it today. A few things we haven't had a chance to share is, one, I hope it wasn't lost in the ask for many, many things from Kansas Police Department last week, is the fact that I know that y'all prioritize public safety for quite some time. And coming in as someone from the outside, I'm exceedingly appreciative of what I inherited and the work that came before me. The police department's in a very good place. Okay, but we are working to make it better. And along those lines, the key strategic initiatives for us, as you heard from me before, are mostly culture focused, focusing on installing a new methodology for how we deal with personnel to ensure that we're focused on their development, succession planning, training, making them matter most is really at the core of the work that we're doing. The foundational work for that has been the reorg I mentioned. So coming in now, having a year looking at where we're putting resources and are those resources where they should be for what's important here at Apex. A simple example that was just mentioned is special events. It's a huge lift to make special events safe, and keeping them safe is critical to keeping them enjoyable for the community. And so we had no resources dedicated to special events, police department, despite the heavy lift. We have changed that and moved personnel without any new asks from y'all to create a special events team that can focus on working with Parks and Recs and other departments to make sure those are successful. Beyond that, really focusing on enhancing regional partnerships so that we can force multiply. As much as you will make the effort to staff us the way that I would love us for you to be staffed, you're going to need help from the outside, right? And so the more that we help others, the more they help us. We have cemented about 12 new MOUs with surrounding departments and we're participating in regional task forces so that we are looking at crime more regionally instead of just saying we're just going to focus on what happens here in Apex, because what happens outside affects us as well. So a lot of focus there. Focusing on tech, we're evaluating a new CAD RMS system. Our current computer-aided dispatch and records management system is way outdated and can't do probably about 50 to 70% of what a competent new system can do. It is a force multiplier. It increases the time that the cops are out on the road because it decreases the amount of time they have to spend behind a computer. In addition, focusing on traffic safety, that's a big problem that faces this community and has for a long time. I've mentioned to you before, we're taking this DDAX approach, which is the data-driven approach to crime and traffic safety. It says that rather than just deploying cops out to write tickets, we look at where the areas are that we have our top injury collisions and what the top primary collision factors are that cause injury, not just property crashes, and focus enforcement in those areas and on those violations in order to create a reduction in injuries. Addressing mental health is really, really big for us. I would probably say it's the #1 public safety issue facing this community at this point in time. And we're not just talking about the things that are readily apparent in front of you that you may see someone who is homeless and appears to need help or is having trouble on the street. We're talking about mental health issues that occur within the home as well, in the business. And you have already prioritized the creation of our CART unit, which is a co-response model that really now is kind of the industry standard. We all are well ahead of that here. We're looking to expand that because the need is greater than the resource. So that will be a huge focal point for us to ensure we can take a case management approach to mental health problems instead of just putting a Band-Aid on it and waiting for them to call again tomorrow for the same problem. Our focus is on the underlying causes, working with families to get medications and treatment up to speed so that we can remove the problems altogether. Transparency, you're already probably seeing change in some of our social media presence posts. The effort is to keep a balance, of course, with all of the very community-oriented, touchy-feely stuff the police department does, but also to make sure the community is educated about the harder things that are going on here. It's important to the police officers for the community to understand we are doing police work. And we have real crime that does come from time to time. Very safe community, not a lot of violent crime. We're going to keep it that way. But we want to address the crime we do have. It's important to let the community know where those things are happening. And finally, long-term recruitment. One thing that's interesting to me among police leadership is we talk about retention and recruitment we focus on now, and that's probably why we don't have as much diversity in policing as we should, and it's probably why we have recruiting problems that are way out ahead. I'm not so much concerned. I would like to deploy initiatives that will benefit the town way after I'm gone. And to do that, we have to focus on the youth. And we talk about diversity. The problem with getting a truly diverse workforce in policing is that we don't have the applicants or the interest among certain groups of people, specifically women and people of color. Well, the only way that's ever going to change is instead of trying to focus on now getting applicants, getting to them when they're young and getting them in Explorer programs and explaining to them the benefits of getting into police work well ahead of the time that they're actually making career decisions so that we can build them up through that process. So we're focusing on our Explorer program. Thank you to the council for supporting that. We already have the largest Explorer post in the entire state of North Carolina. It just got established this year. So there is a huge level of interest, and this is going to help us to bring those folks we need to diversify the workforce into the future. Albeit it's going to take years to come to fruition, but I really think it's something that's going to happen. So thank you very much for all your support as always.
Good morning, Marla Newman, Community Development and Neighborhood Connections Director. Glad to be with you and share a few items that we're focused on right now. One of the biggest, of course, is we have kicked off the site planning and design for the Hughes Street development. And I know it was mentioned last night in one of the public forum comments about a desired use for some of the property. There have been some considerations of that organization, maybe not in the way that they had envisioned, but they have been a part of our conversations, particularly with Wake County and offering veteran services within the mixed use development portion of the site. So there'll be some future conversations, but they are already a part of the plan. So I just wanted to lead with that so that you'll know that we were aware of their initial interest in the property and wanted to make sure that they were addressed. And also from a potential housing standpoint, where there are Veterans Administration housing vouchers that could also be deployed there. So we've been looking at a couple of ways to support that particular community partner. But like I said, we've started site planning and design with the firm Bolton and Mick, and we've been doing that in partnership with Neighbor Up, who is our partner, as you recall, for the mixed-use development site. And if you're not aware, Neighbor Up is the new brand name for Dorcas Ministries. They have kept their name for the thrift store to be Dorcas, but their new organizational name is Neighbor Up. Also, from a housing perspective, we are developing a down payment assistance program. We know that housing affordability is, of course, part of the reason why I'm here, right? So we're constantly looking at program development in ways to help promote more affordability. And so looking at the possibility of a down payment assistance program, which could be layered with the down payment assistance that Wake County provides, as well as the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency, having all of those resources layered on top of each other can help promote more affordability, especially at those lower income thresholds that Councilmember Zigerman mentioned last night. In addition, we are also about to kick off the formal development of the Community Land Trust. So I'll be coming back to you all with some recommendations for potential board members for the land trust and seeing how we can just keep that moving. In conjunction with that, we'll be issuing a request for proposal for an administrator of the land trust. And one of our first actions once the land trust is established is looking at potentially moving the 13 acres into that trust, because that's part of what's going to help with the long-term affordability, is being able to back out the cost of the real estate for the housing that'll be developed. That immediately helps you get to affordability. But we'll talk more about that in the coming months. Another big development I want to mention, you'll hear more about this tomorrow, but it is about Ask Apex. And Erica mentioned a little bit about polymorphic, and that looks to be the system that we will be using as our CRM. But we're also doing some demonstration projects with a couple of other vendors on our telephone services. But we'll talk a little bit more about that, or at least Darla will tomorrow when she comes before you. In addition, we are in the process of hiring an additional town services specialist. So that team is growing. And so at that point, when this next person comes on board, we will have actually 6 agents in the call center. So that'll help us keep our numbers down in terms of how long it takes for us to answer the phone. As you heard last night, we are averaging most recently a minute and 19 seconds. We would love to keep that under a minute. And so certainly the more agents we have in place, the better we'll be able to get to those calls and cut that time down some. On the community engagement front, of course, we've got a lot going on. Currently, our neighborhood beautification grant is open for applications. We also are accepting applications for the Ask Apex Awards. So usually for us, this time of year gets to be very, very busy as we're receiving applications for grants and award nominees. One big change this year is we have decoupled the Ask Apex Service Day from the Ask Apex Awards. So now the Ask Apex Service Day will take place in September. We have found that the spring is just incredibly busy, and we started to find some overlap where we have been doing the service day on the same day as Earth Day. And so that has cut into our ability to bring more volunteers out for the projects. So moving into September, we found we didn't have as much on the town calendar, and so that could just give that targeted focus to the Ask Apex Service Day. So that will be one change that you will notice, is the service day now will be in September. Also on Ask Apex, this is the 10th anniversary of the founding of Ask Apex Awards. And so we're having a larger celebration for past awardees and the nominees. We will be doing a brunch on a Saturday morning. Of course, you all will be invited, but I just wanted to kind of put that plug out for you that will be, I believe, April 11th. I will double check, but we'll make sure you all know and are invited to participate with the past awardees and those who are nominated. Of course, you've heard a lot about Communiversity. We do those monthly. Those are continuing. Last month, we had public safety presentations. That is usually one of our highest attended Communiversity sessions. And so we're kicking that off again this year. Of course, before our quarterly offerings are at lunchtime, and those are kind of like a peek behind the curtains, you know, how does government really work? And so we've had a variety of departments. We even had Randy before coming to that, but that is continuing. That's on a quarterly basis. And usually we're at the senior center for that. Community engagement, just based on the number of different activities we have started to deploy, we are also hiring another community engagement specialist. So we'll have a few more new faces around here shortly. One final thing I'd like to say is thank you to you all for your leadership and your commitment to housing affordability. Because of the things that you all have done and enabled our department to do, we have started to garner a lot of attention. I've been asked to speak at different events because people want to know, what are y'all doing? How are you doing it, right? I just was interviewed, if you will, by my colleague in Fuquay Varina on Monday, who's doing a report for her council, and she's hoping to share some of our experience with the hope that they will come along like you all have. So I wanted to make sure I let you all know that your efforts have not gone unnoticed in the broader community, and I thank you for that. Thank you.
Buddy, Demetria? Yeah. Okay, so at this point, we are a little ahead of schedule. I didn't tell him I was going to put him on the spot, but since we're not portfolio, Lori, I didn't know if you wanted to bring anything forward, or Alan. Not to put you on the spot, man. Okay. Just want to give you the opportunity. Yeah. I did. Yeah. So we have an opportunity if there are any questions, comments, feedback, and then we can go into the break after that.
A lot of stuff going on. I'm excited about some of the, like I heard multiple departments talking about like software improvements and, you know, really stitching together our software platform application structure to become more efficient as a town, right? Love to kind of see the data coming out of that, what it tells us. I think it will help us make better decisions. Some of the AI initiatives that are mentioned, I think are really exciting, right? Because as you know, we continue to grow, right? Linearly grow the size of our town staff with the size of the town. So we got to figure out how to do more with that we have, optimize our resources. So I think that those are investments that are.
Yeah, I mean, I got like 2 pages of notes. Go through right now, and I'll send them to Randy later, and you can, you know, build your own presentation, insightful there, she'll pass it along. But I just want to, you know, take a second to thank you all. It's obvious listening over the past hour or so, and I can watch you online that a lot of stuff is going on at APEX, a lot of great work, a lot of interesting projects, a lot of innovation happening across town, and thank you all for doing. And you know, we have a lot of big stuff coming up. I'm excited about.
I want to thank everyone, thank all the departments. You guys are awesome. You did a great job, put together so many information. Yes, I appreciate. And I also, I think Chief Johansson and Marty, Marla, right? Yes. Yes. Actually, I got some. Have some idea. I'll talk to you later. There's one nonprofit organization reached out to me. They want to collaborate with affordable housing. So I'll talk to you later. Okay. Thank you all.
Just gonna say thank you so much. We have amazing staff. Great leadership that obviously spills down to folks day to day throughout each department. And that high morale, I think, is absolutely commendable. And I know that it's something that you folks steward every day. Thank you. I was going to say, maybe after the break, we talk with the departments about which budget reductions we were looking at, just to kind of balance things out. Kidding. I was just going to say, you clearly have a lot.
We'll do that on Saturday. Yeah, Saturday.
April 31st.
February 29th.
February 30th.
Never happened.
But I was just gonna say, and I obviously know that that's natural, right? As soon as you start asking for reductions, maybe you're not as, you don't seem as relevant or as if you're prioritizing, but we do have a lot of projects. I want to echo what Councilman Sackerman said about just creative ways that we can optimize efficiency in order to make room for some of the larger projects, ambitious projects that we're looking to implement. But I'm really excited. I think you've got a great team. So thank you. Our town is incredibly loved.
Yes, we are. Everything is said. Thank you so much.
Good.
Break?
Serving heads of break.
Yay. 15.
Hopefully
All right, I mean, we'll talk more. I like the idea, right? Like, it's like, yeah, but I think it can even be a much better idea. Like, instead of just focus on, you know, I think the board, kind of having a decision tree, like, you know, work out. Right? Years old.
We can talk about it.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, because we're not missing all, say, here's like something that was organization. That's. Pick on the organization and stitch it together on like 1,000 pages.
Yeah, also, we also have ideas.
What a, this record that, Councilman Gray, is not today, that part. So he plans to be here tomorrow and Friday, so. With that, I turn it over to you, Ms. Harper.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for the chance to bring the TEAP plan back to you during your retreat. You may recall the last time our consultant team was here was in December. And so we're really just building on the information that was shared then. We are sharing with you kind of interim work products at this point as we prepare for the next public forum. So you'll see work in progress. We're working on our growth scenarios, and the consultant team will share that with you today. So with that, I'm going to turn it, we have both Meg Nealon and Matt Newcastle here with us today, and I'm going to turn it over to Mike.
All right, thanks, Shannon. Appreciate that. Hey, good morning. Good morning. Thank you for letting us be part of your agenda this fun retreat. We've got a lot on that list, so we're going to go through this. As Shannon said, this is an update. You're getting a glimpse into where we are in the process and a little bit about what to look forward to next. So just briefly, these are the things we're going to talk about. A little bit of project update, stakeholder engagement. We're going to touch on the goals as they've been refined. Most of our effort is through the scenario planning update. So we're going to move quickly through the first few items, and Matt will take over and take you through what we're doing with scenario planning. And then we'll tell you about the next steps. So for the project update, same process, you know, with the process like this that goes on for many, many months, we're always looking and adjusting to make sure that we are still staying in a relatively reasonable time frame, but we are squarely in phase 2 and working through the land use conservation scenario. So public forum 2 is what we're looking forward to in over a month. And so a lot of the things you're seeing today are very draft because we're just going through the steps of arriving at that. We, of course, have several meetings with the task force and with this group, so you can kind of see where this meeting shows up in the process. We're about right here. And this evening, we will meet with the task force for the 3rd time. So that kind of gives you a sense of where we are. And as you can see, this is an introduction to these alternatives. A little bit about stakeholder engagement. The last time we met with all of you, we gave you a sense of the things that took place in phase 1 under the heading of engagement. And we had a wide variety of activities we shared with you. And with input from you and questions from you, we blended that with the information we got or input from the task force and some of our own thoughts about what we were seeing. We wanted to point out a few things to you because it's just a bit more information than we were able to share last time about who's underrepresented and which geographic areas are underrepresented. So we talked about the geographic areas last time, and I'll give you a reminder on that. From the survey results alone, we're seeing that folks under 34, so there's the under 25 group, there's the 25 to 34, not surprisingly, and then seniors over 75. So we're going to explore that a bit more. In the survey, we didn't ask more questions about demographics, but we believe that there's some other groups that are traditionally not participating that are also probably not participating in this. So we wanted to think about that with our upcoming outreach activities, and then of course reach some of these geographic areas. We showed you this slide last time to kind of give you a sense of where the greatest participation was coming from. And I've got another map I want to show you, but again, it's kind of that central section, 8, 9, 10, and 11, where we're seeing the most participation. The reason we're not surprised by that is because the areas north of 64, we think a lot of those folks orient towards and identify with Cary, and that's very common in our communities. Like, you know, Apex is one we call collar communities around these metro areas. When you get to the edge like that, there is orientation towards the major cities and other municipalities. So there's that 14 and 15. I wanted to show you this. 14 and 15 are on the south side of US 1, and look at all the blue, the red, and the gray, and a little bit of the green in there. So you've got basically very low population because it is where there's industrial, there's commercial, there's vacant land, acres and acres of vacant land. You've got open space and agriculture out there. So when you don't have a whole lot of population, not a lot of participants. So those are the kinds of things that are not surprising to us, but it still tells us something about, well, what's going on in these areas that we still need to pay attention to and make sure we're hearing from folks about their experience in those areas. So with that, we wanted to share with you what are some of the upcoming engagement activities, because it's not confined to phase 1. So it goes on through the whole process. So as part of our scope, we are still doing the forum. So you've got forum 2 and forum 3 coming up. And as part of that, there will be a lot of communication in the way of yard signs, particularly in the areas where we're not seeing a lot of participation, social media posts, e-blasts, press releases, those kinds of things that we've been anticipating already. Task force meetings 4 and 5 count because as representatives of the community, our task force is also sharing a lot that helps shape all of the engagement, the input. The website updates, because that's our hub, most people expect to find, and they should, their information about the project through the website. Those updates will continue. And then there's the 55 corridor. So a little bit about that. As part of that process, we have planned a workshop, have planned it all along, to work agency reps. So this is NCDOT, this is CAMPO, these are the transit agencies and so on, to get a sense of the kinds of things that they're thinking about in the 55 corridor and the way of improvements and how all those pieces are part together. We did have a conversation with DOT, and we will be having a co-hosting a public meeting with them. They're planning on May, or the May timeframe, and being able to share that time with them to communicate to the public what that 55 project is that's squarely in DOT's court, and others, and then what the town can do to relate to and enhance what's being done by these other agencies. I just want to mention those two because as part of that, staff has an intention of going out and talking to some of the business owners, the folks who are working in that corridor, and some folks, there's a little bit of residential in there, and just getting a sense of those people's current experiences today and what their expectations are or concerns about the future. So that in-person meeting and a brief survey to find out what's on their minds. So that's a little bit about the 55 corridor, and you'll learn more about that in the coming months. We're also going to do some more focus groups that are more about that, the social isolation. So we've talked all along about that being a component of our process. So it makes sense that as part of that step in exploring what's the kind of social infrastructure that can really help with social connections, we picked out these groups to start with as a way of addressing some of those gaps we're already seeing in the participation. So, so that's going to happen probably in March, and we'll start exploring some recommendations with them. Additional activities to consider. So this is a bit of a brainstorming, but some of the things that we've talked about with staff to enhance the process. For example, when we expand access to Forum 2, what does that mean? A lot of people just don't find it convenient to come to public meetings, especially high school students. So there are two parts to that. Is one, having an hour before the Forum 2, since we're going to be in town anyway, and having outreach directly to the high school students that maybe they can get some credit for or something like that. But the rest of it, we want to have that online presence. So using the website to have the boards that are on display at the meeting, a very brief recording explaining what people are seeing in those boards, and a short survey that mimics the kinds of things that we are asking in person at the meeting. So those conversations we'll have at the open house, those surveys will reflect that kind of what we're trying to solicit from. Other activities, meeting to go packets. So we know that there are leaders in the community, advocates for certain groups. And we think that taking some of the materials we're already producing as part of the project and putting together packets where people who are the familiar faces in the community can go and have small meetings, small groups with their circle. So it may be a church group, it may be book club, it may be those kinds of things, but making that available to folks. Because some people just aren't likely to share their thoughts with an unfamiliar face. But you put their church leader, their pastor in front of them or something like that, and they may actually participate. So there are also some opportunities for pop-up meetings, and this is just a sampling of the kinds of things that could happen. I think it's monthly that young professionals have the networking event, so that could be something that would be fun to attend to get some of that younger 25 to 34 group. I mentioned the church groups, I mentioned high schools, and then even just pop-up meetings at the local gathering spots. So those places that people tend to gather, just raising awareness and getting people driving traffic to the website so people participate even if they don't come to the meetings. So that kind of gives you an overview. We're going to be talking with the task force about this evening to see what other ideas they have. We're open to any and all suggestions that this group has also about that. You don't have to answer today, but those may be some things that you want to volunteer for us. We think with your newsletters and other things, you all have followings, so maybe some of your avenues there too could be a possibility for things. Any questions about that before we skip ahead?
I'm just gonna ask a quick question. Forgive me, I may have missed it and it may have, perhaps you're capturing it through some of those focus groups, but I was thinking about where you might get some of the most interesting feedback would be, and again, I'm guessing folks who've lived here, so I would like the newcomers and then the old timers in terms of I've lived here for over 10 or 15 years, and then maybe some of those folks who've lived here. And I know that you have the breakdown from the response. I was just curious if, I'll just put it as a comment, if it's up for consideration under focus groups, if you don't already feel like it's captured from your next group.
Yeah, that's something we probably want to go back to, because we had a neighborhoods group as part of our original set, and within that we had more recent folks who relocated to Apex versus the ones who've been here for the generation. So you need to look back at that and see if there's another way to kind of get at that stand. You hear a lot from the old timers about change.
You do, and you also, I think, have a lot of fresh perspectives from the folks who've been here just a couple years.
Exactly, exactly. So it's a little bit in there, but it's worth it to take another look. That's great.
Maybe another method, probably we can work with HOA, because HOA has all the info, contact information, emails, of the whole community, right? So if we ask help from HOA, they can send out emails to every resident. Yeah, reach out to everyone.
Yeah, right. That's good. That's a great comment. Those
Yeah.
groups all exist, in
Yeah.
these communities, and being able to tap into those.
Yes.
So the outreach you were seeing prior to Forum 2, that would be part of that. So that's
Okay.
great.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Does the data show a breakdown with gender, so more women or gays versus men?
I don't think we asked that actually. So it's an interesting one, but I think we limited it to age and geography.
Are you in general happy with the response so far with the community engagement? I see the percentage breakdown, but that's kind of the raw numbers underneath, kind of for a community our size, the type of engagement you would be expecting in this stage in the process.
So I'll just speak for myself. I think it is some good participation so far. We were really pleased with, just speaking of the public meetings, the attendance at the second night here for Forum 1, we thought was strong. The survey results, that's a number that we tend to be happy with, and this is at that point we start to see some reinforcement with any additional input. What we're really interested in is some common threads across these different sources. So when we look at the survey results, we look at forum results, and we look at focus group results, and anything we're learning from the task force and this group and so on. And plus we get emails too, right, through staff. So when we start to see that consistency, that's what's reassuring. So, I don't know if you have a comment about
No, the only thing I'll just tell you is experience has taught me that, don't focus on like, I need to get 10% of the population, 20%. It's the quality of the engagement, and that's where this is kind of coming in. If we can make sure we get to all of those groups, once you get to the different groups and interests and experiences, 10 years, all that kind of stuff, you will start to hear the same stories. So it's more important to get to the different ways people live or work in Apex than it is to get mass numbers, in my opinion.
And then, I'm just more, I mean, numbers are one thing, right? Quality is another. I just want to have, a few very loud voices kind of right in there, right? And that's kind of what I was trying to gauge, is that, you know, how much participation I'm seeing from diverse groups, and not just like, okay, here's the same 5 people that show up, right? And that kind of drive the conversation.
So it is a good point, because we do, in the project, have those same 5 people that show up, and we want to make sure.
Right, because they're gonna fill out your survey, they're gonna show up at every public forum, right? And so how do we kind of filter out that section, right? From everybody else that has valuable input as well.
I think it's a combination of those few additional focus groups that we're talking about, but also, you know, if some people take advantage of looking at the packet to do their own groups, and we can use it to target, make sure.
One more quick question. Just want to make sure I understand about the high school. The station, where's the plan again?
So we'd like to offer an hour, some of the in the afternoon of the public forum too, where they come and just have a high school student hour and get preview of everything that's going to be at the forum and ask questions and so on. Maybe they can get some credit for that. We've also talked with staff about the possibility of 1 or 2 people on staff actually going there, so that it's a little bit easier to access, because some of these students, you know, it's the same, it's like the regular participants in the community. You've got the same high school students that will show up for that. But if it's convenient on campus, maybe, you know, around the lunchtime or at the end of the day, so might do it, yeah. All right, so on the goals, I said before that when we have goals in the project, they serve us in terms of giving us some direction, thinking about what are these land use alternatives that we bring to. So there are guideposts. They will serve the community for a long time, because you will have circumstances that come up that the plan does not specifically address, but you can always look at things through that goals, that lens. So with that said, these are draft and will remain draft, especially through public forum too. So we put some information out there, got feedback at the first forum, drafted an initial set of goal statements, and with the task force help, they gave us input on the goal statements as they stood in December, and then asked for the clarity with some objectives under those. So you might have a handout that has some the draft goals and some ideas for objectives under those. What's important to know right now is that they're all still draft. They will go to the public forum and be vetted there. So we're open to any input you have on that. But they will be presented at Forum 2 as draft information for folks to, again, weigh in on. The most important thing about them, the objectives under those goals, is it's going to give us some direction for the recommendations that will ultimately get written. So I wouldn't get too hung up on the specifics around those right now. Do they capture the gist of the things that you would expect under those goal statements?
Just to clarify, the PowerPoint is first, then the goals is on a 2-page right behind the PowerPoint, and then there's some exhibits behind that. So the full 4-page goals behind the PowerPoint.
So we will, after Forum 2, we will look at all the input and that'll run at refining those as we start to craft recommendations. So think about it as informing that third phase. So with that, this is the refined set of goals with the task force giving us input in December. You can see the changes they made in blue. They wanted historic added to the goal about downtown. And there was a lot of conversation about the accessibility and transparency of public processes. So that may or may not stick, but that's when we put in there to see if that was something that that actually captures some of the things that they were saying that didn't fit neatly under the other goal statements. So that's the refined set. And then this is just an image of that handout that's in your packet, so you can take a look at that. Any questions about that at this point?
I'm just gonna ask is there intent behind the word historic being added? Was that just an additional descriptor that just kind of,
Just, I think.
I didn't know if it's a point of discussion?
Not so much. One person volunteered it, and I think it, no pushback from the rest of the task force, but I think it's just that recognition that to be explicit about it, that it is these historic features that are part of what makes downtown. We don't want to lose sight of that. So with that, we're on to the scenario planning update. So I'm going to hand off to Matt. Again, in the packet we have.
Okay, well, then, let me add my good morning and thank you for making time for a lot of important topics in these next couple of days. This one's about scenario planning. I want to kind of dive into this with you to echo sort of what Shannon had mentioned at the opening. This is a check-in, call it a briefing, because I'm not presenting to you anything that's fully baked, nor is it here for like final details and everything's been decided. The timing just really worked out great. We were having this event where we are in our process to let you help shape these features that we test, along with the task force. We had our first meeting with them and talked high level. This evening, we're going to talk to them in more detail. So they're getting things on this as well. But what a great opportunity to be able to have you all give some opinions and feedback while we still have time to react to them versus going, oh, shoot, I wish I would have heard that earlier kind of thing. And these are the things and these features that we're going to be showing you that will be presented at public forum number 2. So just real quick, this is meant to be more of a conversation. So on purpose, I did not create a tremendous number of slides. This is it. Instead, I have handouts. And one of the reasons I have the handouts is you may want to, at this part of your meeting, we will open up the binder clip just for a minute in your binders. And so I'm going to present each of these like a story to you. But then as I present it, take it out and put it just in front of you so you can see how it compares to the other ones that I tell that story as we go through. They're also being left with you because I'm not telling you that your comments are limited to only right now. As I mentioned, we are working on this as a process. So if you have other thoughts and ideas after reading this or staring at it, just come and filter them through staff and we'll get those as well. But again, you have a second chance to kind of let this sink in and give us some feedback as well, and the handouts work well for that. So everybody able to find it? Of course, I had to have the biggest pages, right, to make sure I'm seeing it. So it's 11 by 17. There should be 5 of them, A through E. And I'm going to go through them. But first, let me set the table real quick for you. We are doing scenario planning as an initiative to help support the new comprehensive. And what that is especially in communities that are running out of space and have multiple demands and things going on, that competition for space leads to different ideas, both around this table, the departments, and the community about what to do. How do we solve our issues for the next 30 years? And so scenario planning allows us to take things like the goals and stuff that Meg has presented earlier and say, we can maybe all agree around words, like we should have a mix of uses in a center. And everyone's like, yeah, we should do that. But then when you start to put the meat on the bones, when people either really get excited or get uneasy about it. And so that's kind of what we're doing here is we're testing almost proof of concept, some of these broader statements that have been made. And we'll be able to get those reactions, put that into our, our bucket of feedback in order to have a more supportable and a more refined and precise future land use map that extends the plan that we built with more confidence and we made more informed decisions. So that's kind of what we're doing. Ultimately, we will be able to evaluate these scenarios using performance measures. We're still developing those, but they'll be tied to the goals. So we'll be able to measure impacts and evaluate trade-offs, provide feedback of what the trade-offs actually constitute for using. So with that, let me just jump in here and I'm going to start at scenario A for you. Oh, you want me to? Okay. Yeah, I love it. Promise I won't read them to you. I'm just going to tell you what I told him, earlier this week, I said, I'd really rather just do like the Johnny Carson monologue, and then I figured no one half the room knew what I was talking about when I said it, but, I really want this to be more conversational. So, but this will be good for me to be able to taste it. Awesome. Thank you so much. Okay. So, excuse me. Scenario A is affectionately known as sort of the slow and no growth type concept. And to be honest, every community we're working in right now who's fast growing is struggling with like, is our infrastructure keeping up? Are we, going back to the long-term resident comment, are we losing that quality of life, that brand of what we are? So this scenario happens a lot. And so we're going to look at it here for Apex as well. And so as part of that, what we're looking at right now is we just, again, because these are all theoretical, we just picked December 8th, because that's when I was working on this, for the committed projects, so approved and under construction, that are already done. And just, by way of magnitude, that's not stopping growth because there's tens of thousands of more people that can still be coming just from what's been approved all the way through the pipeline. So it's not like closing the doors. Like you're going to have growth even if you just unwind or work through what you've already got. But generally speaking, all the areas that you see in red boundary on the map are those committed projects. And so this concept would be, well, what would happen if we created some means or mechanism, and still be to be determined, what's legal, what's politically feasible, what's financially feasible. We're working through that now, but by the time we get to public forum 2, we'll have a strategy for how we might be able to institute a land preservation program with the intention to try to, as you know, in North Carolina, the only way to stop growth is to control the land yourself, right? The private property rights being very strong there. So it's saying, well, if you don't want to grow as much, then acquire the land for preservation. And we're looking at it in 2 levels because we have count events for which you would tax your residents, but a lot of our planning areas in the county. So we have partnership with Wake County under their land preservation tools that they have to see if they would be a partner to help preserve some of this land that you see in the lighter green. So the darker green is already preserved. The lighter green would be the targets for that we could try to preserve additional land with it. Some of that land is vacant, and some of that land are those properties that you see from time to time at the dais where it's one home on 30 or 50 acres and they're here for the rezoning because they want to become something else. Well, maybe before they become something else, they become preserved. Either you purchase their development rights or you do a fee simple purchase, something that creates preservation within the community. So that's kind of what's going on here. Ultimately, we will be working, I should have mentioned, because it's a positive here. In terms of our process, we've been working as a consultant team with the public engagement strategy and the existing commission board, working with town staff, but also all the departments. I recognize people from our conversations. We're trying to partner to get the right strategies and things that we're at. One of the conversations that we'll be having in the future will be, hey, based on all this vacant land we found, let's work with real estate and finance. We're actually going to create like a synthetic bond of what it would cost to do that. How much would your taxes go up to preserve all the land? So we're going to go through that process just to see. And again, it's just one data point. We're going to do it for both the town and the county because there'd be 2 different bond programs that would have to go through. But the other thing here to look at and think about is infrastructure. So a lot of communities don't like to really talk about it, but one of the ways infrastructure gets addressed is because when the shiny new things come in with new development, those taxpayers are paying taxes while their things are shiny new, and that money is kind of being diverted to where the needs are. And then new growth comes in shiny and new. And so growth sometimes becomes addictive because it's generating more income that's being used to pay for aging infrastructure. So we have to recognize infrastructure as construction or acquisition, operation, maintenance, and then replacement or rehabilitation. And so we'll talk about a little bit what happens when the denominator stays the same and you don't grow as much anymore. Those costs keep reoccurring and getting larger. So we'll be able to talk philosophically about that a little bit as well in this scenario. Frankly, we don't think this is a plausible scenario that you're just going to close shop, but there are some lessons to be learned and some things we've heard in the community where it'd be nice to be able to give them information and feedback on some of those thoughts and ideas they have, so they know like the order of magnitude of what we need to do. So any comment or questions on scenario A? None? Okay. I'll also just say before I leave, just so everybody knows, the legend is the same for all the scenarios. So that's why I was saying, if you lay them out side by side, as I start to go through these, you can start to see, well, oh my gosh, this area in red, which is your intended investment area, it expands or contracts or things based on these different scenarios. These primary growth areas either go inward or outward based on these scenarios. So for that, I'm going to go to scenario B. Just a little bit. Thank you so much. All right, so scenario B is what we're calling more of a decentralized growth pattern with a residential emphasis. And really, this is a lot of the continuation of your existing plans right now. Apex has grown tremendously in terms of population. The word is out. It's a wonderful place to live, but a lot of people leave Apex to go work there. Right? I mean, I'm not telling you stuff you don't know. So this kind of continues that. And so what happens here on this map is you see the red boundary of where the intended investment area goes out to the outer edges of our planning area. So you can make an investment anywhere within the planning area under this scenario. The primary growth areas that you see kind of look more like they're just speckled all over the place. That's the vacant land according to our development inventory. And so the thought here is the vacant properties, if they want to develop, is when the property owner wants to develop, you have a plan in place for what it can become. And so those two come together, and that's what dictates or targets what that use should be. Development intensity pattern. Also just know that the areas that were dark red in A become lighter brown and committed, because we can't just ignore or unwind those things that have already been approved. So those things have already been approved, make it through all the different steps. And so they're the light brown. The darker areas would be, for this scenario specific, the intended primary growth areas. Again, it's most of the vacant land that we found. We're just assuming that every piece of vacant property in your current peak plan has an intended use, and so we're following that plan. We're taking this out to its full implementation. There's also these letters that you see on the map. Those are the 11 activity centers that you already have as policy. We're going to test those and see how they're operating and behaving. Generally speaking, the development stays lower profile. For me, profile means the height of the buildings, the concentration of the buildings, pattern of the buildings, but lower profile. Still sort of single use. I mean, you have Sweetwater, you have what's coming at the Viridian Mixed Use Center. You even have the was it Depot 499 that's coming. But I can name them on one hand, you know, so it's still, you're still more about great neighborhoods. You would drive to places to shop, drive to places to work, drive to your schools, drive to your civic uses, more relying still on the automobile. In terms of home choices, it would follow more what the market is giving you now. The market, if you had enough land, would love to give you more single family detached. Real high sale rate. They love it. But also you have all these other housing ideas that have been introduced within the town. So you have your townhomes and your vertical duplexes, you know, 6 units or less in a configuration. And you have your apartment buildings and things of that nature. But again, they can be integrated 2 or more in a single neighborhood, but predominantly it's more like when you drive around, just more of the same as you go through that. In terms of downtown, we would keep it exactly the way it is right now. So it is what it is right now. It's more of a protectionist or preservation strategy for downtown. Same 11 activity centers I mentioned. In order to serve all those speckles that you see on the map, we'll have to expand infrastructure and resources in order to serve that demand. And so again, we're working with the different town departments weeks from now. We're all saying, hey, this is where the growth is going. What do you all think from a strategy standpoint? And we'll be looking at how we do fire, police, parks and recreation, water, sewer, all like the whole gamut. Stormwater, we'll be going through and trying to figure out, well, how much more do we need to expand? Do we need to throw out more facilities? Do we need substations? Like all that kind of stuff will be discussed, assuming we're expanding outward from your traditional. So this is B. I'm going to stop again and see any questions on B. And if you have it next to A now, you can just see how different they are already.
How do we select these sites that we stayed for primary growth areas, because I'm kind of comparing it to the 2045 plan use map. And some of it seems to be consistent, some of it is like what we now call rural residential, like areas that we intended to preserve to some degree are now marked for primary growth. And so I'm kind of curious about a certain disconnect there.
Sure. So by primary growth, it just means it's available or at play. And it's not telling you what it's going to become. So like you said, if you,
Available in what sense?
that it could develop in the future. And so even where you have rural residential, right now, all of these specs are actually under Wake County property records vacant land. And so if somebody wanted to build in these areas that you were wanting to be rural residential, they could only be rural residential. Like, it's not like we're letting them become more intensive development. But when you look right now, that if you drive around, these are supposed to be the parcels that there's nothing on right now. So, but we're not saying, this map isn't saying what it can become. And if it can become something in some ways, like with your 2045 plan, they can only be rural, or they can only, so they might have to have a 5 acre, 10 acre, something plot. But if it is vacant and there is a use assigned to it, it can develop, but it can only develop in the context that the 2045 plans allow. So, yeah, at the forum, we have multiple maps. Today, I only have one map, so it's harder for me to give you all the detail, but we will. Other questions on B? On C, this description is going to go a little bit faster. C is exactly the same as B with one philosophical change. I go back to what I was saying. As you are growing and running out of land, you get in competition for space. In this competition for space, now, instead of residential properties winning because they're quicker to market or the market is there for them to go right away, we want you to practice patience and say, even if you tell me the market's not there now, I'd rather preserve that land for employment. I'd rather bring more jobs and greater tax-based balance to Apex, even if it means it stays vacant for a longer period of time until the market is ready to deliver that to me. That's the main difference between B and C. So all the areas that you see that are especially, excuse me, especially east of 540, that are large residential tracts, we would contemplate what happens if instead you make those either mixed use or employment in order to try to bring more jobs. That's the only difference between B and C. You see the investment area is the same, the entire planning area and the like. It's just there are very select areas that instead of following the adopted 2045 plan, we're instead looking at what happens if we can increase the amount of employment within the community. Still pretty low profile. So the way you see it today is the way you would see it in the future, in terms of height, bulk, density, and those kind of things. It's just maybe employment uses instead of residential neighborhoods. Any questions on C? All right. So here's where we kind of take a right turn. And as I should note, these ideas come out of either the public engagement comments we've gotten, initiatives like transit-oriented development or other regional things that the town is interested in, as well as some of the existing conditions that we're in. So when you start to lay D out on your table against A, B, and C, you see a dramatic change. That change is in the investment area. Scenario D is saying, what if in very targeted and specific areas, Apex wanted to become more urban in order to meet its opportunities and challenges for growth and development, prosperity in the future. So think of it as taking all the development, all those speckles that you saw on B and C, pulling them in towards your chest. In order to do that, that kind of moves up. So this is making development go up and become more intense, maybe to levels to support transit-oriented development or concentrated centers. In exchange for that, the areas that really don't want to grow, the pressure's off. It's taking the pressure off, especially 40. it would take some of the pressure off growing and saying, we're going to do it in a different form to absorb it so that we don't have to expand outward. So this would become much more urban in terms of footprint. You see in red kind of the area, but we're, you know, to your east of your planning area, we're down to 540 on the south, 540 Salem into 55 on the west, and then 64 on the north. So generally speaking, like when you have your capital projects discussion later, it'd be like, well, remember, our peak plan is telling us to keep investing in this area to make it more urban, so we don't have to invest in the other areas and let them be. I mean, so that's how this stuff, the seeds get planted here and kind of grow in your other topics. This is actually trying to take advantage of the S line. So the commuter rail initiative that's going on, coming out of Richmond and going all the way down and through. It's talking about the premium bus transit from the Wake County Transit Master Plan that you have, say, in 55, trying to get better service, as well as a localized transit system that you might be able to have in the future that just sort of circulates between your activity centers that you have. Also, because of the density and intensity of this, we would really hope to move up your shares of walking and biking, as opposed to single occupant drive to and between destinations. So again, this is becoming much more urban. As part of that, also, because we're going to taller buildings means smaller building footprints. Because of that, we would advocate, and this is where I'm having fun, we're working like with Parks and Recreation, what are the different definitions of open space we want to have? Do we need new ones if we also become more urban? What happens in those spaces between the buildings? Because what we're doing in a more urban environment is we're asking people to trade off private open space for public open space. Proximity is everything. And you do that in programming. So we want to look at that a little bit in terms of our solutions. We actually describe, I'm not going to read all these to you, but we describe each of the numbers. So those would be the areas of activity we would focus on for this scenario. You can read them and get back to us if you have more on it. But basically, with downtown, I'm not telling you to totally change downtown. But you know, like from your downtown master plan, like you have where we're standing now in your civic kind of heart, and then you have more of the traditional CBD. Well, that's CSX property and some of the like infill, some residential and stuff to try to connect the two. Is kind of where we're at with this scenario. Not demolishing and replacing, but just filling in very nicely around downtown. With Meridian, you know, you've got a lot going on there already. It hasn't come off the ground yet. But what happens on the areas like, you know, where areas on the extreme west, maybe you can even fit in a couple more buildings, you know, in the future if they want to, because you're going taller, this kind of thing. Just so you're aware, when I'm talking urban, I'm saying not everywhere, but it wouldn't be out of the ordinary to have a 10-story building in one or more of these areas that are numbered in the future, in exchange again for not having to spread out everything. But it would change the landscape, the vibe, the brand of a certain part of Apex. You know, imagine that this part south of 1 could have some taller buildings in it that you would be like, wow, that's a different way to live in Apex than living around downtown, kind of a thing. So more of a diversified development portfolio. Just a couple of quick things to point out. The Night Play Golf Center right now, we are proposing as number 4, part of number 4 to be redeveloped and do a new activity center in the future. And then we have a couple of other areas, and 5 and 6 are the major shopping centers, big box centers right now that you have. And those will age. We're looking out for 30 years. So how do those infill and become more urban as you go through it? Because you're more urban, we've brought everything in towards our chest. It means we don't have to expand infrastructure out as far from a service area standpoint. However, you have to increase capacity inside this area. Things like bigger pipes, things like more police, things like having aerial fire trucks versus having just engine, you know, because you're taller buildings. So it's not that all those things don't go away. They're just a different solution package. And that's why we're going to be working with the town departments to look at that stuff. So this also stays pretty residential. So we're not really trying to recruit. People are probably still leaving to go out to work every day, but we're giving them a heck of a place and more choices of how to live. All right, the last one. Same concept, compact growth. A different investment area. It's actually tighter. Because what we're saying here is we're really trying to make our investments to bring more jobs. So that's kind of what we've got going on. So we have less centers because we're really trying to make those what I call centers of excellence or innovation centers. So if you're going to do it, we want you to be that place within the greater Triangle region who has that. Like, let's really invest and make the things that bring strong employment centers and then the ancillary uses they need around them in order to really bring people in. What's interesting with this scenario that we're testing though is scenario D, you've got all your population here. They still might leave to go to work. Here, they might stay and work, but also how do we get all those other people who don't live here to come into your town? You don't want them all to drive in all the time. So you see some of our investments and things are to try to be on the S line, on William Street or Salem for transit, those kind of things. How are we going to let other people get to Apex without driving? It's an important thing, and how do you fit the institution? So again, still compact, which means taller buildings, other areas less impacted by growth and development. 3 primary growth centers. So again, with Viridia, could there be some more infill? I'm looking 30 years out, remember. You know, I'm not looking now, I'm saying 30 years out, is there still additional land? Does parking get converted to a different technology? There are studies that show that if you truly do believe we go to AV vehicles, how more efficient parking, how much less space we need. Well, that can go back to buildings, those kind of things. The William Street corridor is number 2, 55. We're gonna, you know, we mentioned that there's a whole partnership with NCDOT, but what happens if that really wants to be transit focused? So look at that. And then the area, again, that we're calling adjacent to Jefferson Drive, but it's really a nice place area, as well as then Bleeding. The big thing for me is if you're going to make a transit development investment on 55, the best way to get you know, federal transit funding, all that, is to have as many customers as you can, which means develop both sides of the corridor. So this scenario is kind of jumping over like D was to try to get you as many customers on both sides of the corridor as we can. So that's it. I'm sorry I'm out of breath. And for whatever reason, last week I was like, I'm tired, honestly. And I ended up in the hospital with blood clots. So I'm not running any marathons anytime soon. But I get really excited about this stuff. So here I am. Yeah, so yeah, trust me, I've got it in my bag. Anyways, long story short is just to say those are the scenarios we have right now. Again, I'm not presenting and trying to convince you that these are the perfect ideas. These are 1 or 5 of 1,000 combinations from the words we've heard so far. But this is proof of concept when we go to the public and say, look, this is more information so you understand the implications, challenges, opportunities that go with some of these things we talked about in words. What do you think now? You have different ideas or different feedback as we go through. And to you all, again, I tell you that the time was just awesome because this opportunity for you all to shape these a little bit is really good because, you know, the last thing I want you to do is come to the forum, public forum too. Where are these? Or I really wish we would have tested this idea. Like, you know, those kind of things. So if you have ideas, thoughts, comments, reactions, or let us know because there really is still time to make it.
Thanks so much. I have a question, and I think I understand why you haven't labeled them this way, but from a sound planning principle standpoint, when I read the title of at least B and C, decentralized growth, I think sprawl,
yeah,
right, and then compact development. I think that's like the sound planning principle, the efficiency of infrastructure, preservation of some of the land, so that you put your development. I mean, so is there an underlying, I mean, I guess a predisposition from a planning standpoint that would gravitate towards those items towards towards D and E, I think it is.
Yeah, so
It's more of that compact.
Yeah, so first of all, great point. This is actually my 20th year here in Cincinnati. The hardest part, most exposure is naming them. And honestly, I usually would advocate that even by the time we get to the forum, we just take the names off. The scenarios A, B, C, D. That's all they are. I like to keep them grouped because the stories still play well. But I call it the bumper sticker. I could sway your vote just with the bumper sticker. You know, and that, because like you're pre-programmed, you're like, oh, decentralized growth, spoil, congestion problems, I don't like any of this. But yet there's some good things in there. So it may be even that we just take the names off by the time we get to the public forum. Something to think about, but we don't want to introduce bias with the naming. We can go back and also suggest names for them, but I might even just say to take the names. Probably the last 2, 3, 4 of them, if I go back, they had no names. They were letters only. So something to think about, but it's a great point because we don't want people voting on the title. We want them voting on all the information.
So first I'm looking through this documentation, so I appreciate the updates, you know, pretty comprehensive. One thing that kind of strikes me in the draft goals as stated, in your presentation, you know, you talked under several scenarios, more about transit-oriented development, bicycle and then pedestrian enabled areas. I don't see that in the goal at all. There's one small statement that talks about reduced reliance on automobiles, but it doesn't explicitly state, you know, becoming a community that's more bicycle or pedestrian friendly, right? And so my request would be to form some goals specifically around those type of concepts.
Okay, good. Yeah, because I mean, it's all over the scenarios and public, just mode choice, mode shift.
And roundabouts, we need roundabouts.
Roundabouts are so funny. I'll just tell you.
No, they're good.
No,
I think they're good.
No, I'm with you, but I was just going to tell you, it was just so funny. So I was in Homewood, Alabama at the end of January, because I'm right in their plane. And the person came up and said, we need roundabouts to work really well. And all you heard is, you know, it's like, it's like collective thing. It's like so funny that people like have such a love hate with one or the other. I don't understand. I like them, especially in rural areas.
It just takes a little driver education.
Yeah. And if it's 1 lane or 2 lanes, it makes a big deal. Circulate, you know? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll step. Thank you. Thank you for the great presentation. I agree with what Councilman said about ways that we can ensure at the next forum or workshop and feedback that we're getting that, and I know there's not necessarily absolutes, but the scenario of what I think earlier, you know, kind of the whack-a-mole, or maybe even more like waterbed, right? You push down here and this popped up. But like, just wondering if we can have folks, because I think you may have recalled that I held up my favorite urban planning meme.
Yeah.
I mean, I think almost everyone wants stable services, low density and low taxes, and all sorts of great amenities, or at least generally speaking. But each one of those necessarily creates, you know, you pick 2 and, you know, you're dealing with perhaps the glass half empty challenge there. Here's my immediate feedback is what I would love to see is, and maybe it's already in here, if you haven't got a chance to scan it as fast as I can, but like, if one of these scenarios, let's say we go, you know, with A or B or what have, if that choice, what does that mean when it comes to traffic? You know, like I look specifically at D and E and how we, as you pointed out earlier, if you've got an E scenario and you have a bunch of people moving, you know, driving in, obviously economic development jobs, that's all great, you know, as I look at our economic development director, who's done a great job, that also then puts additional strain then on Chris and his role when he's all of a sudden has to come to Randy and say, I mean, we've just got an influx of traffic now over this last 5 years, what have you, and it's, a runaway train, no pun intended.
Well, I mean, no, it's, again, good feedback and good points. And it's things we can struggle with because we have multiple scenarios. So
Yeah.
if we only had one, I had to pick and advocate, but because we have multiple, we struggle with it a little bit. And I think it's good. A couple of deep, dark secrets people don't like to say, but like with transit-oriented development, even if you get lucky, say in those urban areas, you capture 50% by transit. That means there's still 50% more cars that could still be coming in. So, you got to balance it. You got to figure that out. So, yeah, I mean, that's real.
It's better. I could probably encapsulate my long-winded comment in this, which is I would love to know as a participant in these workshops or even here as I sit here today, laws of unintended consequences with each one of them. And we've got smart people who are pragmatic in this town who you bring the facts to them and generally speaking, they'll be, you know what, I thought this thing, but now you brought me into a thing and now I'm reconsidering. And so it would just be great, I think, for me to be able to, hey, here's the scenario, here's all the great attributes. Here are the likely, the underbelly of some of these things. This is likely to create more this, more that, increase in taxes over the period of years or, strain on public safety or whatever.
No, that's good. So comment noted, and I think we can try to address that in two things. One is the performance measures that we'll be creating. We haven't brought them back to you yet, but we'll be looking at impacts. And then the second is I am working with the different departments. Like I said, once I model it and get the demand, I'll be working with them from supplying the solution. And so as part of that, we'll be able to say, well, for this one, you have twice as many parking units as the other one or whatever. Or I've done it before. We say, well, yeah, but half these parking units maybe get now required by the developer as part of their mixed use project or whatever. So we'll give some of those rules, laws, and impacts. And then the other thing I should have mentioned to you all is there is a station at the public forum that I just didn't do for you yet that is a side-by-side comparison. So all of these will be next to each other. And you'll be able to see like the results and like, oh wow, this really does do this. This doesn't do this. So there will be kind of a report card at the end as well. But your overall comments will receive. We'll look at ways that we can talk about intended consequences and unintended.
Thank you.
I have a couple thoughts on that. The first thing is, scenario A was kind of wasn't responsive to what you got. What was nice about scenario A is, as part of how we eventually planned to quantify the costs associated with the bond taxes. So I found myself wondering the same kind of analysis for scenarios B through E is to what kind of level of infrastructure investment do they apply, and how would that infrastructure investment cost be offset by the type of developments and the tax revenue coming from the developments kind of contemplated in there. Like in the compact scenarios you meant pretty good, we would have much, can that be quantified to sort of show that analysis? And I guess the end goal would be to sort of try to give some overall view of the feasibility of some of the scenarios in terms of maintenance and investment standpoint. And to that point, another thought that I sort of had was, scenarios D and E, again, kind of contemplate the sort of compact development and not needing infrastructure development on the outside. But I find myself thinking like a lot of that stuff is already in the ground. We already have some infrastructure out there from existing development that's a little sparse. So the incremental infrastructure investment on top of that might be less than people might assume from looking at the map. Because there are already pump stations, water and sewer all synced through there. And some of the additional development would just be plugged into there. There would be some, more than the tax scenario, but it's not quite like there's nothing there. We have to extend it all out there. We've already, in some sense, committed to maintaining several miles, basically hundreds, thousands of miles, collectively at this.
The investment will be different, right? Because in the compact scenario, you'll have more investment in transit, right? And those types of facilities, kind of in a smaller area, but less, sewer or electric infrastructure, right? So I think it's a different type of investment under the scenario. I agree with you, that like it would be good to get at least some high level impacts, financial impacts you on all of these scenarios, because I think the underlying assumption is like not doing anything is free, right? But it's not, right? And that's why I think, okay, if we're going to be quantifying that, again, to your point of introducing bias, we don't want to ignore, the kind of the cost impact of some of these other scenarios.
Yeah, and I guess that's what I'm trying to get to is like, there's the map you look at, oh, of course you want to center infrastructure, but then there's the as-built practical reality, what we have today, where we have Sweetwater, we have stuff far down south on Old US 1, we have developments intermixed in Humiala, and all of these sewer pipes going between them that are already there that we have maintained anyway. So the savings of going to compact now, at some point, like that ship they have sailed to a certain degree, and it's something you can talk about 20 or 30 years ago before big stuff came, but now that's there. We'll really talk about
Just a couple of quick points, because I want to say while I'm this relevant. One is, I was a planner who grew up in engineering firms, so it's not lost on me at all. But, we can't have revisionist history, right? What it is there. And then what we can do moving forward is what we look at. Do we bend the trend or do we not bend the trend? So we can do that. But the other thing I just want to mention, just so it's very clear on all the scenarios, where you're at in your growth cycles as a community, we can't just erase it and go edge to edge. It's got to be strategic properties no matter what. Because I'm not going to wipe out a neighborhood to put in a bunch of tall, it's just not going to happen. So it's got to be strategic. All of these scenarios, you will not see, even in the investment areas of D and E, I can't build all of that because there's existing fabric that we work around. So when we come back, it's going to be, every time we see you from now to public forum 2, it'll be more precise as we go through. And that's one level of precision, is just to recognize prior investment.
I see residential, I see mixed use. I didn't see any, commercial areas, especially we have Viridia, right? That we have such big land, undeveloped. Have you done any research or study, like we can have a centralized commercial area, provide jobs, attract, residents, attract all the, buying power from other municipalities that, to contribute to Apex, the economic development. Also with a bigger commercial buildings, area properties, we can reduce the burdens, the tax burdens on our residents. So I think that would be, can you do some research and integrate the commercial development?
So and we can do that in scenario E. Okay. So that's the place to do that.
Okay.
So we can continue looking at it, but yeah, scenario E, look for that. Look for those changes in E.
Thank you.
And one last comment, just to add, I think as an addendum to what I said a minute ago about the law, it would just be good to know what the ugly truths are, right? Like just, hey, you take this, I mean, in this, in that regard, it would also be good to know, maybe you've already built it in, but are there linchpins along the way of, like, for instance, in E, I imagine that S line plays an outsized role, but I don't know to what level. And so I guess what would be great, I think, at least I'd be curious to know more about, which is, if this doesn't happen, or if this is not as robust as it's currently envisioned. So kind of an if then. And maybe there aren't that many, maybe that's the only one. But other scenarios where if, this would really boost this, or this would really perhaps undermine it in terms of things that we can't control.
For me, the partners meeting that Megan mentioned for 55, what level of transit, how premium is premium, that will affect how much TOD you can do.
You hit the nail on the head. I was going to say the other thing is just like, be as realistic as we can about adoption rates.
Yeah. So that's the other one. That S line is important, but with the commuter rail, I gotta go back and look at the study, but the riders, but really it's the transit, the rubber transit, rubber wheel transit. What is that really gonna be? You know, you have to recognize reality that's pulsing out of Raleigh right now, the investments, like New Bern and all that. And it's gotta get through Cary to get to you, but they have to be on board, but also having densities to support it to get to you. So, that's probably the biggest at risk for DME is to be urban, build to the densities of urban, and then not get the transit you're hoping for. Because just so you're aware, like, because I like working in areas that are suburban kind of urban. There's a lot of struggles, but it might be things like if you determine you're going to be urban in a certain area of your community, and the recommendation in the traffic studies to put in the right turn lane, you might say we don't care because that lengthens the pedestrian crossing distance or something of that nature. So you say, we don't want the right turn lane. I understand it's gonna be worse for cars, but it's better for people. But if you do all that urban plan and thinking, and then the transit never comes, then it's like, oh. So those are the things that the urban scenario does rest on the transit to help move people. And so that'll be an interesting conversation.
Just thinking about the high risk, high reward. I read the headline, but I think it was it's the Dallas Mavericks. The owner came in and bought it with the intention that Texas legislature was going to update their gambling laws. And it doesn't look like they are. They misread the legislature and now he's selling the team at a loss.
Yeah.
So it's kind of.
I still can't afford it though. Yeah, I can't. I'd like to, I can't.
A little, quick question. So, see several references to William Street EOD for what does EOD stand for?
Transit oriented development.
Okay.
So like
I mean, that's transferable in that split, so. Different concepts.
Yeah, no, we're good there. Like a newspaper editor, I am short on space. So I went to my planner faults and acronym. But yeah, transit oriented development.
Another question I had, sort of philosophically at a high level, you know, a lot of the employment scenarios focused on the five folks that we talked about in the task force. Did you have any thoughts or look at, you know, down 64 and, you know, where else kind of the undeveloped area between Holding Those US 1 for similar kind of employment? And they're not represented on the maps. So I'm assuming, did you look at it and reject it, or did you feel like it, you know, wasn't evaluated as closely? You felt like you more had direction, 55 already. What are your kind of thoughts in that area?
Yeah, so my overall response is, you know, we are building an airplane while we're flying it. So this is just like where the intended investment and growth would go. What kind it is like what we're working on next for the model. But I have looked at scenarios, you know, going down one, because if I am going to do E, I need more employment places. And so I have looked at that for employment. I've even looked at seeing how far along the properties are on 64 west of Sweetwater. I'm like, there's a couple of larger vacant areas. I'm like, could they be, even if they're mixed use, could they be employment focused mixed use? So I am looking, like, E is not an easy scenario because I have to find the areas for the employment plan. So I'm looking everywhere for it. Every corridor is in play for it. It's just from a compactness standpoint, you have limited dollars, and so we want to invest them in certain places. But if we can get more employment outside, we would look at that as well under that scenario.
It's been really good presentation. I think there's going to be a lot more to make all for it. I think we're really ready on the second.
We're right there.
Yes, item. Yeah. So thank you so much for the work.
Thank you all for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'll see you in a minute.
All right, ready to roll, Daniel?
Thank you so much.
Come on up. We're gonna get set next into the facilities update where Daniel Edwards is here a couple minutes early. Or maybe about 10 minutes ahead right now, but slowly catching up. So try and bank some of it.
My name's Daniel Edwards. I'm the capital projects manager here at the town. And today, and I say capital projects manager for all vertical construction, so anything building related. Today I want to go over with you some of the things that we identified while I've been here at the town as far as space needs with our departments. One of the things we need to do this right away is that have space for the number of people here at the town, and the town's continuing to grow. So our agenda will be to go over the facilities plan update, which is where we went back and we looked at all the facilities within the town and identified where we have some of the most efficient areas by department, and came up with a few master plans for these top 5. Then I also want to talk about the Huntsville House progress and the space that will be available there and what that could be used for. A little background on the facilities master plan. It was completed in May of 2025, so it's just been completed. We did a presentation back in May, council right here. Again, we looked at the space needs assessment of 29 departments and divisions within 9 town facilities. We also looked at the condition assessment, where we went through each building and found out what usable life was, other any upgrades that may need to be in the next 20 years. This was a 20-year plan. Then again, we looked at these as our top 5 areas for master planning to get more space for those departments. And in town hall, we did a 10 and a 20-year plan because we couldn't implement a 20-year plan right away. And so we got the different options there. So first we're going to go over to town hall. This is the first floor of the town hall, and we made some progress. We've already completed the finance area, the first floor, and they moved in 2025. We're now working on the human resources department on the other side, and we're planning to complete the design of that in March of this year, so real soon, and we'll be bidding that out and hopefully start a renovation around the July timeframe of this year, with a completion of February 2027, and that will allow human resources to move in that area early spring 2027. These conference rooms you see down here, that's out on the porch, that's part of the 20-year plan. We may do that, we may not do that if needed, but we do have that option if we need to. Another thing I'll point out here on the first floor as part of this renovation coming up is we're planning to put this desk in the lobby, and I'll show you a better photo of that in just a moment. But the reason we're putting it there is security reasons. Is one, we would like to take these doors on the back side and make them a staff entry only with by a card reader, and the public would enter from the parking lot on the front. And so that gives us some security for those who are trying to come up the stairs behind the desk. It's kind of there to secure that area, but it also allows for the residents or whoever's coming in to have a focal point to come to and ask questions and get information about where to go within the town.
And jump in real quick. Some of this came out of the, I'll call it the security group, the security special project team it was a cross-departmental team that looked at all of our facilities and made some recommendations. And so making the one entrance, staff entrance came out of that team as well. And as we've looked across different government entities and looked at their access control, and then we ourselves have experienced a couple incidents recently that are driving some of these changes that we feel are necessary to improve security on our campuses.
So, yes, the bottom of that, is that the addition, or what would that look from the outside, I guess, the conference rooms?
So again, that's part of the 20-year plan. If we need to do it, we don't have to do it. And this is the porch that's out there, and we're talking about closing the porch if it's in.
I'm curious what the profile look like from the outside. That would be fit with sort of what we have.
So we could do probably like a storefront glass that would match, what you already have here. The building.
Couple of things I would point out here, communications is shown up in the corner up there, that's not the communications department, so Stacy.
Can't see that far.
That is actually communications in terms of like, IT type stuff, wiring, mechanical, not this mechanical type communication. The other thing to point out is we do have staff located in this area that's, will be the future human resources here. That staff, the CDNC currently, and there's some other staff. So to be able to do this construction starting in July, we are looking for space currently, lease space, office space to relocate them because we have no space in any town facility currently to locate that group. So that's a current thing that real estate staff is working on. And so as we go through this, what you will see is we have to move someone and then do the design, do the construction, and then so it's just a shell game, right? We're moving different parts around. With the finance side, when that was done, you recall Mason Street building, right? So who moved over there? Inspections. So when they moved out, as soon as they moved out, we already had the design completed. We started the renovation of that side. So finance moved there and we relocated folks into where finance had been, but now they will have to move to do this piece. And that will continue as we go through the process, as we move around through the building to renovate it, to maximize the space.
How many people you talking about altogether?
I mean,
How much office space you looking for? How many people are you looking for that are involved in that area?
well,
20 people, 50 people?
it's about 10 or so folks will be moving out of there. Well,
16 for CDNC.
16 future, right?
No, as
Right
of
now?
March.
Okay.
16.
A couple of administration. Probably 18 currently.
We're looking at 3,000 square feet plus of lease space. Lots.
What's that gray area up at the top line? By the stairs. On the left.
Bathrooms?
Keep her left.
Keep going.
Keep going. There you go. I'm sorry. That's the mechanical thing. So that's where the rollers.
Got it. So are you finding any space for these?
We are working on a space right now, potentially, an outfit that will hopefully work out. And we're continuing, we've been looking for a space for about 6 months. It's not a lot of office space that's conducive to what we need in a place.
I would hate to like find a space and have to update it for like a year, you know?
Minimum leases on these places are like 5, and so our thing is, you'll find out as we move through, we have a plan on moving folks around, but as we continue to grow, we may need a lay down area for someone for a while. The space that we're looking at will have some workspace that if someone needs to come in and have a place to work in the office, they will have that. So we're looking at like a 5-year plan of owning this space. Because we have a pretty good layout through like 2031, which is 5 years, right? So at that point, we hope to have town hall, a lot of town hall completed. We hope to have an admin building that will help release a space over on Hunter at the public safety complex and so forth. So we've been shifting around. And this plan is our best plan today, right? Things sometimes change. We get redirected or our focus is changed based on the community needs. But knowing what we know today, this is our plan.
And the best guess on the dates, and I can assure you that these dates won't all remain the same. If we pursue this project in this fashion, it'll change something, but because it's construction.
And we're not talking about money on town hall, but for each section, finance, human resources, we must be looking at about $1 billion for design, construction, and getting everything into place, partnership.
That's all full cost. Okay, so with the human resources, renovation, I already said we're gonna do that area and the desk. But we're also gonna do a portion of the second floor for the new AD room. So that's also included in the HR renovation of this next phase. Currently, they're in this room right here, which is gonna move them over there and get a bigger space. But have a window where they can view into the room. So going back to the desk, that's in the center here, this is a couple of different photos of what that could look like. Of course, this is in there from the parking lot. Have that reception desk there. Looking down from above, you can see we worked around the town seal. Didn't want to cover that up, so you can still see that. I'm not gonna mess that up in any kind of way. We do have to bring some piling data in to cut the floor through here. So we're going to try to match as the best we can with that terrazzo. So again, this adds security by restricting access to the stairs. Provides a line of sight for public entry, whoever's sitting at the desk. And it's centrally located to serve as an information desk for all town hall visitors. Of course, behind the desk could be staff access by a card reader. Moving up to the second floor, our next proposed phase would be the administration department up here in the blue. And going through what we're planning to do is every time we start construction on one phase, the next phase we'll start design on that so we can, just bounce right through the project. So in this case, what we're thinking about doing is once HR moves from the third floor down to their new space, we can move administration potentially up into the old HR space. Along with legal. And legal could potentially go to some available space in the new HR space if needed. And then we can follow that up with legal and town council's area over here. Town clerk, I'm sorry. I can go through the dates, but I didn't go through the dates.
Keep going unless I got questions.
Yeah.
Basically, the takeaway from this is the second floor, and all the work we propose to do on the second floor wouldn't be completed, should say January, it's early 29. And that's pumping one after the other, right? So you're looking at.
Are we actually creating net new workspaces by doing all of this?
Sorry?
Are we creating net new workspaces by doing all of this?
We are creating net usable space. So
That's not the question, like net new.
no, we're not
workspace.
making any more gross areas, no.
No, I understand not making any more gross area, but are we creating additional desks?
Yes.
Okay. But because if all we're doing this for is to defrag certain departments, right, I think we can probably spend our dollars more wisely than doing this kind of work, right?
One of the other things we're trying to do as we go through this, we're trying to instead of being department centric, if you will, like make an area for a department, we're still calling it these areas, but what we're really also trying to do at the same time is just make the areas the most efficient that they can be given the area that we have. Through the master planning space needs, they went through and said, okay, a standard office size needs to be this for, so they came up with these different standard office sizes given the staff position. So we're also, but we're taking into account, like legal needs storage area, right? They need secured area. Clerk's office needs secured area. So those type things are addressed in the space moving. But other than that, trying to create space that in the future, like you may have a smaller department, someone grows out of this area, they may have to move to some other space that we would have in the future, and a smaller department be able to move in without us having to renovate, putting in another wall and doing changing.
Right. And so I appreciate all that. I'm not arguing with some of the need, right? But if we're going to be spending $1.5 million just to outfit the second floor, right? $1.5 million pays for rent on an office building for a long time, right? So if our need is for growth, right, we need more desks to put people at, I'm just wondering if this is best play available to us, or whether, a lease option might be a better longer term solution. We don't need to own every single building that we're in, right? And so, again, like kind of dollar for dollar, right, where do we best invest to get the space and the capacity and just, to meet our requirement, right? So I understand that there's department specific requirements with the document vault and legal behind lock and key and all of that, right? And so some of those are probably best addressed within a fully owned building like town hall, right? But if it's really just apartments that's have people in cubes and then some offices and meeting space, right? There's many other ways to address those kind of needs.
And we're doing that with our lease space stuff that we're looking at right now. So, and we're looking at options for new buildings and new construction as coming year. An option for town hall, staff in the future. With everything that's going on, our staffing needs, we had, a lot of this plan was developed for the Children's Hospital. We already know the Children's Hospital already changed some of our staffing plan, right? So it's always going to be evolving. And yes, I do think having real space is something that's very much in play. And we're looking at that.
But to your question overall, I mean, this is rooted in the space study, which was also rooted in looking at personnel and how the departments grow. So this does accommodate growth of positions, not just storage spaces and file rooms. This does accommodate future position growth. And I think in most cases, doesn't accommodate it to the need that was identified in the space study, but does our best effort to kind of split it up in the departments there. But it does create new workstations for new positions that are projected over the next, over our space study, 20-year projection.
20-year.
Yeah, 20-year projection.
And I mean, and I think we talked about it when we went through the space study back then, right? Like that space study was very much focused on us building buildings for our own staff, right? And I think there's probably a mix that we need. We need some flex capacity to scale up and down, because once we build this all out and the next children's hospital or whatever project happens, we're kind of being in the same crunch, right? And so I think we need to have some flexibility, and at least seems to be the more natural way to do that, to kind of scale up and down as needed, right? Or create some of that swing space that we need as we do construction or reconstruction of town-owned facilities. So again, like, the space study I felt was a little bit too focused on us building and owning, right? Rather than occupying space, right? Which could be lease space included. And so that's where I just want to make sure that we keep those options open and are exploring them. It sounds like we are, right? Because renovating a building like this or building a new building like this is very expensive, right? If there's a market out there that we can, with a much lower threshold of getting in and outfitting the space, building our offices and cubes, and occupied for 20 years, right? That's the same or less cost. That might be an opportunity that we need to explore.
And I think we agree with you on that. The challenge we've come into recently is the lack of available lease space that's out there. So we hope that more lease space gets developed. There's some projects in the works, and we're actually trying to get in on some early discussions as they're getting ready to build some of those spaces. But in looking at what's available currently, there's not a whole lot out there, right?
There's not a lot out there in the Upton cost on lease space. If you go to a shelf space, most of the time we're responsible for the Upton cost. So the same cost to do, to set up the walls and set up that space falls on us typically. If you're at part in that, when you leave that space, that's.
I get that, and so that's why, like, updating something for a short period of time is not lucrative, right? But if we're looking at it with a 20-year horizon, right, now we might be looking at a different dynamic altogether, right?
Yes, sir.
So
it also, we're looking at, it's like for administration, we don't feel at this time that will be as much as, like, when you go down into the finance department, if you were in the finance department today, if you go back to when it was inspections, it looks nothing the same. It's like totally different, right? It's all, they got the whole thing out, changed it all. We don't anticipate doing that in that administration side. Because it's office space, we need office space.
So it's gonna be some conversion and some carpet, some walls, some cleanup. But, and maybe some shifting of some things a little bit, but it's not going to be a complete redo. The legal side will probably be very much more, it will be a larger update because you've got special needs of this and special need there, and then they have the shared space. And the shared space is what we're talking about, is the break room, refrigerator, coffee maker area, instead of having one for each department, you have a shared area as that type of thing.
I want to say thank you for the security focus on that. And one last question for cost, is there any way we can upgrade the elevator?
So we can upgrade the elevator, but there would be cost. It's not factored into the master plan.
I would venture it's probably 4 or 5. But it's
2 more gerbils on the wheel.
It might be more like the.
Yeah, I said at least 500. He said $1 million.
Keep using the stairs.
It's part of the health plan here.
Yes.
So going up to the 3rd floor, up here, our next place will be up here on this side. Currently where IT is, so what we would like to do is.
All right, good presentation.
I saw everybody.
Approved. You just said something really good.
Okay, so IT is currently on this area here. They're gonna be moving over, we think, over to the new Public Safety Administration building, just right before this renovation starts. So that opens this up, and then I think you can see these departments going in there. And then over on the communication side, it's fairly new, so we may not have any changes over there for communications to go into that space where HR currently is. We don't anticipate much renovations in this area. We could put some conference rooms and things in here, if needed for shared support, that these departments on that floor. This area here could be anything we want to be really, but it could be sitting areas or touchdown spaces for those visiting town hall. Any questions on town hall? I'll leave that here. And so our next site that was identified during the master plan as a need was the Center Street Public Safety Campus. And so over there, we had started out with 2 phases of the project. One of them being fire station 3 renovations and additions. So that project is currently a station there. So we'll be renovating the existing buildings, living space, and building new bays over here to accommodate pulling in Station 1 from downtown. And then we had looked at an administration building over here on the back. That would, of course, take fire admin from their space when 55 gets wide and they need somewhere to go. And we also looked at what other departments we could put in there to help with our space needs. And IT was one of those departments that we programmed into it, along with a new EOC. We'll talk more about that on the next few slides.
And talk back a little bit. One thing I want to point out, so we were asked when we look going to any new construction in the future to maximize the site. This site is absolutely maximized of what we can do, absent going to a parking deck. So it's the impervious areas maximized based on the stormwater we have in a conventional stormwater way, right? We can do stormwater controls under the parking lots stuff and you can get a little bit more, but you're paying for your buck. This site is maximized. And we have it, the building, we'll get into that, but the footprint of that is 80 by 100, but it's 3 stories. We ended up with 141 parking spaces with this layout. But again, note that it is maximized as requested by council. So note that the site does have challenges. You got 55 right up here, you got Chatham over here, so it's There's not the best ingress egress on this site. There may be things we want to do in the future to address that, but we've got preemption coming out of the fire station at the light 55, so that should help. But no, getting in and out of this site could be difficult. In the future, you might see that it's a right in, right out for anybody coming to this office. If that occurs, there's possibilities of how we could do some other connectivity off of this site to get into it. But that's not part of the plan today.
Is parking the limiting factor to going to more than 3 stories?
Yes, sir.
Station 3. So Station 3, we're currently in the design of, we did advanced planning back in 2000. Fixed in July. We're hoping to bid it out November 2026. And the construction for February 2027 to June of 2028. Hopefully move that in by August of 2028. If we don't combine it with the fire administration bid, which it's going to be our recommendation, you can sit down here about this ask group, and we recommend to do that to save money and improve site coordination. And what it would do is delay the move to any of the fire station till 2029, early to about 6 months. So we're only losing about 6 months, but we're saving some money for the town. One thing I'll tell you about this is originally started out as a 4-bay, and we had a standalone storage building on site, and we kept that building out and added this new bay storage space down here. It saved the town about $1 million by doing that. Another thing is this thing building, which is from here over, there's multiple types of brick on that building, so we're just planning to paint that because we'll never be able to match it. And then when we're choosing here, we would use it on the admin building to the back there. Again, this is the what we're calling the Public Safety Administration building right now. It's a 3-story building, 8,000 square feet per floor, or 24,000 feet total. We're currently in the advanced planning phase on this and hope to finish it up soon in April. And then we'll start the design in May. And to combine the other project with it, then both will be bid out during June 2027 and start construction in September 2027 and move in March 2029. Again, the program includes fire administration, information technology, a new EOC center, which could double as training rooms. And we're also looking at bringing over the police simulator room to this building. Now, I think police have said they would like to use it for training, and that's one of the reasons we have a lot of parking is because we got training rooms there that we need to accommodate for. Any questions on that bit? Okay, so our next department that we're going to find that have a space need is the police department. So at their current site, there's not much we can do because we're restricted by space. And so we identified that the police really needs about a 60,000 square foot building. And they currently have a 34,000 square foot building. And if we were to add a 3-story addition here and another area here, we can only get them about 45,000 square feet on this current site. With an additional parking space here, we have a string here with some buffers that we can't build on. So we're still 15,000 square feet deficit for the 20-year master plan of the police department. Any questions on the police department?
Are we expanding the current police department building?
So this is the current police department building here, and this would be the new addition if we move forward with this approach. But even if we move forward, with this price, we'll still be 15,000 square feet lower or deficit of what we need.
Based on. the
Got it,
space needs.
yeah. So, got it.
So basically the two paths, we've got maybe more than two paths, but right now there's an addition here. And then originally it was planned for the Hunter Street campus to have some police footprint there as well. So that's one path, which still, I think Ryan pointed out, comes a little bit short of the space needs. And then the other proposed path, which I think maybe you're going to talk about, would be a whole new PD headquarters altogether. So
That 30 million number is for the addition?
Yes.
Yes.
yes, sir.
Okay.
Can we go higher?
And you can build a whole new office building for 16 million, 3 floors. Also,
Renovation is very expensive.
so let's not do renovation.
No signs where you're putting like something silly on the screen and wait for us to sort of figure out what you're.
Well, I mean, there's a lot to it. So if we believe that this is where we want our PD, so that's your only option is to add on to it. If there's a commitment to moving PD out of downtown, then that's something we need to talk about. But this is the cost that we're projecting. If we want to keep PD here and put an addition and give a little more space that still comes up short of what they need, this is the cost. But if we're willing to pivot, then we can look at other options that have a cost as well.
So this is back to the space needs. So this again, this is maximizing this space. All this is buffer area back here, so that's the reason we can't get in there, right? So, and this does add parking, this addition also added parking by putting bringing it closer to the street, getting the additional row in. This maximizes that space. So basically, again, this is just so what Ryan presented last week or the week before was a pivot from this. And that is a potential. We're just showing that if we went with what the master plan consultants showed us and what we can do with this site, this is the max we can do with this site. You're going to spend $30 million or so. You're still 15,000 square feet short. Count 2,000 square feet or so that they got over at the admin building and how they could use that. They're still 13,000 square feet short.
And let me add to that, we'll also have some exterior storage support areas here that were identified as a need. We don't have space here to put that on the site, so we're 15,000 short, in addition to the exterior space.
Daniel, can I just add quickly, like we had a conversation yesterday, and I know that I presented on this just a couple weeks ago, but summary here, as my understanding is, this suggests a plan that would spend $30 million to solve about 70% of the currently proposed spacing needs of the problem with that current assessment that we're using as well is that with my staffing presentation, you understand that using a new staffing model indicates that the staff numbers that were used to even come up with the 60,000 foot number are not accurate. We're already some 20 positions behind where we should be today. So if you build up where we need to be in 20 years, we need to be adding those 20 plus positions to that number, in my opinion, as a director. And additionally, there were some things that are part of a modern day police department that are not a part of that 20-year plan, such as a shooting range on site for indoor shooting to accommodate the weather, locker room space to accommodate staffing. I mentioned that we have a waiting list of some 30 officers right now for locker room space. So my argument would be that we're possibly undershooting this even now, suggesting that the current plan says we'll spend $30 million over the next 20 years to get to 70% of our staff needs or our space needs. Sorry.
Thank you for that. And I will defend the master plan a little bit. Our data came from 2023 and things have changed since 2023.
I was just gonna comment on that because this was never in play when the previous study was done. Now that we know about this, and this is obviously a significant ask, I think probably to revisit that master plan. Also, and you're gonna get to that, like the Perry Road site, right? Like we talked about is, when the master plan was presented to us previously, for a site this size that we have, right, the building that we're putting here seems to be way undersized, especially given the space needs that we now know we have, right? So I would love to see something much more comprehensive here as part of a larger space study than what we're doing.
So this site wasn't fully developed based on based on on the study, right? It was coming in showing what would be needed for water resources. So they didn't maximize that building, and it was just to meet the water resource needs. So to your point, anything that we would ever build there, we would revisit the footprint and see to look at office space, administration space. But this site's also probably large enough for a new police facility. It's not been studied in detail, and maybe it's the right place or wrong place. I don't know that, but you need about 5 acres for the building that would meet their needs and their space, and we have 5 acres available. So we've got a potential site that could go on. We're not prepared to discuss what that looks like from a constructability standpoint right now, and how it impacts all our other space needs. Again, this just came up last week. Sean probably doesn't have the money figured out yet, even though he's probably been thinking about it a lot. But he's not answering. But you can look at it like this. Well, if you had a 60,000 square foot building that's accommodated all of police, and you have a 34,700 square foot building in downtown that we can then renovate, or because it would need renovating, right? If you go in there, you see how boxed up it is and how they set it for police specific function. It's not exactly set up like your typical office space. You know, it wouldn't necessarily be a total gutting, right? But you'd have to do some renovation in there to make it work for everyday staff. But that combined with town hall, combined with the public works at the public safety building, the town would be in really great shape for the future, for staff needs, in my opinion. So, but that's as much as we know about that.
So this is the Perry Road site, which is currently in the master plan, is proposed as the future water resources building along with the transfer yard and public waste center here. So this is the admin building, sort of warehouse, there's some covered storage in that area, and this is a few years out, so we're thinking about getting in advance plan in 2033 if we move forward with this. Or if we move forward with anything else that we're gonna put on this site, that's what we have currently proposed. The cost of that building was $52 million for the site, I should say, that building, the transfer yard and everything.
Can I ask a quick question right before we were segueing between Perry Road and the police station.
Okay.
If I could just quickly, before it gets too far away from us. I imagine it's not today, but what direction does staff need when it comes to assessing the police scenarios? And the reason I say that is because if the current slide as presented with the $30 million that's only going to cover 70% of our needs moving forward, if that's going to absorb staff time to continue the formality of pursuing this, at what point do we hit the eject button on that? But I also don't want to, leave something undone because we're just full speed ahead on something else, and then we fall through the floor on that. We should have kept us safe to at least get 70% needs.
So if this is something the council wants to look at closely, then I would recommend re-engaging our consultant who just completed this study. Have them get with our police chief and talk about the new staffing plan, the new vision of what they're going to be, because the other plan was created under another vision for the department. And then have them see if it fits on the Perry Road site, if you will, doing a very high level type schematic like this to see if it fits, and kind of do what they call a deeper dive into the master plan. And then they could spin back and look at the PD if it was vacated and say, this is what it could be used for your other petitions. I mean, that would be
Yeah, and built into that are some assumptions. So, and I think the danger is we wouldn't want to pivot away from, we've got to have some kind of plan for PD. So you don't want to pivot and then not do something because then you haven't planned anything. So we've got to get clear direction on, if we're going to pivot, we need to do something else. And then I think you and I've talked a little bit about if there is a desire to use the current PD as still a town asset, or if it's a hybrid, or like we talked about with Station One becoming a public-private partnership, that changes all the factors in the study. So if we can't in the future program that as office space or town space, and the desire is to make it economic development or something else, then that's going to factor into everything we're getting ready to study. So we would need some kind of direction early on before we throw money away at studying that if we know that's not.
I'm new here, so I mean, I want to merge onto the highway of all the things that are going on. I just wanted to, if we pass this and you were like, man, I wish council would talked about some things. I just wanted to at least bring it up for discussion.
Yeah. At any point, we love direction. So
I like to point out that the numbers add up to like close to $200 million. That's before we talk about building another building.
It's just not realistic, right? Like, these are tax dollars. We are here to be the stewards of those dollars. I understand that we need space, right? But I also think that it's incumbent upon us to keep our wish list in check, right? And make sure that we're not over committing and overextending ourselves. And I go back to the max fund space comments earlier, right? Again, none of this is showing any type of lease space. Included in the fund is all assumes that we're going to build everything that we're going to need, right? And I really think that we need to kind of reconsider the approach. I realize that the master plan was just completed, right? We're now changing the assumptions that went into that plan. But we can, spend $150, $200 million on buildings in a decade, and we're not even talking about the new fire stations and other things that the town is going to need that are significant investments for us as well. So I think we need a little bit of a reset on this, to be honest with you. I don't think that this is, we're ready to move on to the this, given some of these numbers that have been thrown around. I want to put it, but leave it to the rest of the town. I don't think that this is actionable. I think it is.
Aside, I hear you, and I think those are appropriate priorities. I'm wondering just, and want to have my cake and eat it too, but I guess looking for low input, high yield, perhaps with a consultant who can just say, yes, you hired me as a consultant, but you can't quote me. So I'm going to just kind of give you and it's a $5,000 or $10,000 report where they can spit back and say, hey, here's an unconventional idea. You're talking about Peak Plan 2055 and the possibility of one of these D or E scenarios. You're talking about your downtown expansion. You can get $35 million from the current whatever. I'm just making up probably overinflated numbers, but that is valuable land that could perhaps be economic development opportunity, especially for downtown. You've got, and so I'm just thinking about, to your point, you're absolutely right. It's $200 million. We've got to be realistic when it comes to budgets. But just like Salem Street, and I appreciate the comment, some of the remarks being made last night, but the good news is their concerns are likely to be alleviated when it comes to Salem Street. Went from 2.4 to 4.7 or whatever the numbers that I'm throwing around, but we're going to grab $2 million that we allotted for Commerce Street over to this project. I'm just thinking about if we can mitigate the cost of a new police station or police resources with some of that opportunity to, whether it's public, private, or just strictly private.
And we're seeing back to our debt model that we built. It's there. I'd like to, the conversation should be like, what is it? What does it do to our debt model? Because I think some of this is programmed to our debt model. All it is, right? Like, all the Perry website being on her. I'm sure she will get it on there. Whatever it is, like,
right. Some is not. Yeah.
Filling that out more in the future. And while even our current CIP was still underfunded by, mid-9 figures or something, whatever it was, or low figures. So there's still a lot of challenges, with our financing.
If I can add. So you can make it better, but like the water resources building it wouldn't come from the same pot of money. So it's still there, but it would be offset.
Well, just the building one though, right? Or
Yeah, we wouldn't, which I love John, I wouldn't pay for transfer yard and all that, but we would pay for.
Road network, they follow them, but they're gonna have to do it.
certainly the track, yeah. the track, right.
I did want to say, and I don't offer this as a counterpoint to anything you said, Councilmember, so please don't take it that way. The concept though of wish list versus necessity versus critical infrastructure, I do want to push a little bit on that. Recognizing the reality of it's $200 million and we already know our CIP is short. So working in that framework that I know we've got hundreds of millions of dollars that we aren't accounting for. But I do think there's a danger in us not catching up on some of this critical infrastructure. And in my time here, I have seen where we have, as an entity, not pointing at any individuals, as an entity neglected some of our internal infrastructure in terms of systems, facilities, and even touring. I've been out to John's facility and to hear from his staff about some of our assets that are unprotected because we don't have the space or we can't grow and improve our functionality there because we don't have room for our assets. And there are stories like that in all of our departments. So I do think that as we have experienced tremendous growth and are expecting tremendous growth, we have to also have a focus on that infrastructure that I would still deem as critical. So again, not as a counterpoint, but putting the importance of it there. And I would say that a lot of what's proposed wouldn't necessarily be wish list, because I think there's a lot beyond this that we can tell you would be a wish list. A lot of what's proposed is what is needed now to a degree, and in the not so distant future, especially with some of the projects that are coming online. I think that what we've proposed, we're going to need even more than that based on some of the growth that's projected. So I do want to bring focus to that, and make it a focus that this is critical infrastructure that we've got to put up on, just as important as some of our roads, our stations, and things like that.
What is the estimated cost to build a new police, building, department building?
A new PD?
The 60,000 square foot version.
Yeah.
Figured that 50 million, right? 50 to 60 million.
So if we renovate, it costs 30 million. If we build a new one, with enough space, it costs around 50 million, right? Okay, probably build a new one is better choice. We can use the old one for, office spaces or, or rent out or whatever to earn, some revenue for the town.
And I think that's what Councilwoman Reese was saying, that if we either would program that space as office space, which is a cost avoidance, or we would look to diversify and make it some kind of public-private partnership or something that we could have revenue to then offset some of the costs.
I pulled up the wonderful development in Apex map, interactive map, and it's worth about $10 million. I don't know what that actually means on the market.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's under that or if there's an opportunity up. All right, good.
Public Works campus, even further out. So we're showing a lot of additions here, renovations to this area. This is assuming that the water resources projects ahead of this. Take out some of our folks that are currently in these buildings, in water resources, to open up more room for public works.
Well, I just gonna say, so when we see this, you see all this stuff going on, look today. That I would have, what you can really take from this is that we have a lot of needs, right? And poor old John over here and Jonathan about to pass out because they're looking at that tape right there going, they're full today. We're actually looking at how do we get rid of the run for buy more desks and putting in a bar along the wall and putting the vending machines outside so that they have some more workspace because there's nowhere for their supervisors to even sit down and do a time sheet. That's the day. That's not the then. So their kitchen's gonna, what they're looking at doing to make their work needs is literally taking what used to be a place for them to sit down and a break room to eat, turning it into a workspace and having a wall that has a kitchen countertop on it and heat their lunch up and a bar for 5 people to sit at, or they gotta go somewhere else and they'll eat. Also looking at taking existing offices for their managers and turning them into 2 and 3 offices. Because they've got growth needs and got nowhere to put. They say, well, can't put them in the other admin building over there. If you've ever been in the building which my office is in, it's maxed out. When we renovated it, we did not renovate it for a person or a group or a place. We took the space and said, this is absolutely the maximum number of offices, and number of people that we fit with. If you recall, we always go back to that space. We used to have a meeting room downstairs. That was a space for public works and water resources to meet, and that turned into 7, 8 offices down there and a conference room. We almost turned the conference room there into something else, but they did talk me out of that because the conference room upstairs is used for pre-construction meetings on a regular basis. So we really can't do away with that space. So we're these space needs that we're having. And the thing about operationally, it's really hard to go lease space with fleet. I mean, if we got a shop, we can't really, it's hard to really do that for more operations because where are you going to find a space that's got enough space and put your equipment? So anyway, it's a challenge. But we are chipping away at the best we can. So I wouldn't put a lot of focus on this other than say that we do have a lot of renovations and upgrades we need to do. And there's stuff that's needed today, but we're already trying to push them out just as far as we can and hitting the ones that were inside that master facility space plan. The ones that were identified at the top, police, town halls, we're trying to get through those first and then get to the others. So we know we can't do it all at the time.
Yeah, and I'll just say, each one of these projects that I showed you has an advanced planning phase at the beginning of it. That's the time that we'll sit down with the department heads again and reevaluate where they're currently at that time, because we know it's going to be different than they were in 2023. So we wouldn't obviously build exactly what you see in the screen, but we'd build whatever the need is at that day. Only something fun and funded. So tax of house progress. So as you know, looking out the windows over this way, I believe you can see that we're doing a renovation over there. We started in September of 2025, phase 1 site work, and what that included was coming in here, grubbing and taking down all the old trees and structures that were falling in, and adding this new turnaround and parking access for the Tunstall House during phase 1. And phase 1 just completed in January, and they demobilized. They're coming back in July once the house renovation is complete. So the house renovation started in October, and it's scheduled to be complete around August of this year. And then once they're complete with the house, they don't need to get out here on the grass anymore. The site contractor comes back in and do the landscape and put the final paint in here, and we'll be finished by December this year. And so this is a floor plan of what the house looks like on the inside. We don't have a furniture package for the house yet because we're waiting to find out what we want to use that space for. And that'll tell us what kind of furniture we want to buy. But there's a potential for 4 private offices, a couple touchdown spaces, and 2 conference rooms. So as you come in the front door here, this layout shows 2 conference rooms or meeting rooms on each side, a touchdown space in the back, a potential private office, a good double office, And we have another office over here that could also double. And upstairs, we have two offices that could double as well. Public can't go upstairs, due to code, the handrails and things on this historic house, doesn't meet current code, so can't have public upstairs. But we could have these, to date, nobody's been identified to go in the house, and we don't know what to use it for. So if you got any ideas or direction you want to give us on that, that'd be good.
I won't say we don't have ideas. I think there's some debate, but there's also, but the big takeaway is the layout is the layout because of the historic nature of the home. But like Daniel said, we don't have furniture purchase, so take the meeting room furniture out and you could plug in whatever use there. But obviously you've just seen, we have a space deficit. So we could program this 10 times over with different staff needs. We've also heard senior center could use more space. I mean, we've got a lot of potential uses that could go into this. To this thing.
So at a high level, last year, and prior to that, see the town hall renovation. So is there an interest in using this little sort of swing space for some town hall renovations, or is it too small and you don't want to split the team, or add more kind of thoughts about that? Because earlier I asked, like, if you said 14, convert all those meeting rooms to, if you say 14 people in here, or that?
I think it's too small.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's too small for like.
What if you take the space here and then you also take one of the rooms in around that's a little craft room on the side, and that's some offices, like you start to nibble away for a couple of years.
Craig just. The answer is yes, that is an option for us to flex and move people there temporarily. And even like if admin went there while we're renovating the admin area, or legal went there, or comms went there. I mean, there are options for people to temporarily go there during the construction phase and the domino. So,
okay. And I guess I've always viewed it as like a short-term issue and a long-term issue. But you have a bigger conversation on the long-term, but for short-term, I always thought, and again, back before we got closer to these actual points of time and stuff that's happening, is that, you would have the first crack at it as all swing space, because it's right there. It's right there,
Yeah.
we're right here. So, it's part of the solution there temporarily. And once our renovation is done, then
long-term,
senior center, whatever.
Okay. So I'll add one more thing to it. During the design of this, which we really went to design the space, most of the walls were low bearing, and so it didn't change up a lot of the layout. So the layout's really similar to what it was originally. So we couldn't change it, and make more offices or that kind of thing, unless we put huge. More questions? And I want lunch. Well, thank y'all.
Thank you. So next on the schedule is lunch. We lost about 10 minutes there. So what we would like to encourage to stay on track is take a quick break for lunch, get settled, and maybe we could start up and people could still be finishing. Still just keep on for 12:30, start back then.
30?
If you could still, so you have 20 minutes right now without any activity, and we can start back up in 20 minutes. That's good with you all.
With that?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, good.